Hello, my name is Carl Munck. I'm going to introduce you to a new science, or perhaps an old science, depending upon one's viewpoint. It is the science of geomathematics, as taught to us by the pyramid matrix.
The pyramids, an unsolved mystery until now. The prevailing methodologies being used to explain them are inadequate. Our search for answers has been centered around the most simplistic of questions: who built them, when, how, and why. The few answers we do have, we most generally thought up ourselves, with little regard for facts. But no real harm done, except that someone is going to have to rewrite a few thousand history books. The proper questions: why are they exactly where they are and designed the way they are? Ask these questions and answers begin to flow. In order to read the pyramids, we must make an adjustment in our thinking. Once made, we achieve the fine-tuning necessary for the decoding process. That adjustment is our Greenwich prime meridian of 0 360 degrees longitude. That's our prime meridian, not theirs. Theirs was very clearly indicated by the Great Pyramid, some 31 degrees, 8 minutes, and 00.8 seconds to the east of Greenwich. This, of course, means that when reckoning the longitudes of their global matrix array, we must correct them to Giza. As for latitudes, they use the very same equator that we use. This global array that I referred to involves far more than just pyramids. For example, there were great geometric forms which were built up with nothing more than dirt, such as the Great Octagon at Newark, Ohio. And great earth circles, such as the Fort, about a mile to the southeast of the Octagon. And Germany's Golo Circle near Bonn. And some circles were even built upward in the shape of hemispheres, such as Mexico's Cuicuilco Pyramid. That's what we call it anyway. The Aztecs called it Juliaco, and since they named it long before we did, that's the name I'll use for it. And finally, the best known of all prehistoric circles, England's Stonehenge. What do such ancient monuments mean? These artifacts can be read almost as easily as one reads a newspaper, only the writing is different. We are a purely literary culture. We live, think, and work by alphabets. The geomathematics of this ancient pyramid matrix system was arranged around the language of mathematics. It has only been our reluctance to admit to ourselves that ancient men knew mathematics that has ensured the silence of their monuments for so very long. Deciding to admit it to myself one day, and following through with it, these monuments began to speak. British archaeologists have verified that before Stonehenge fell into ruins, it comprised an outer circle of 60 stones, 30 lintels held aloft by 30 supporting stones. The inner display, in the shape of a horseshoe, had 5 lintels held aloft by 10 stones, 15. Let's take these one at a time. What do the 60 stones of the perimeter have to say? They are arranged in a perfect 360-degree circle. Did the builders reckon circles to have 360 degrees of arc like we do? Remember what I said about admitting that maybe they did? It's as easy as that. A 360-degree circle of 60 stones presents a simple mathematical equation. "60 times 360 is 21,600. Now, why did they wish to convey such a number? Did they? Or is this just idle speculation? They did. Because neatly hidden behind this number of 21,600 are three other numbers, 51, 10, and 42.352941. And when seen as 51 degrees, 10 minutes, and 42.35 seconds of latitude, we find that this is the dead center position of Stonehenge on our modern maps. Examine what is shown. Count the numbers shown and multiply. And Stonehenge, in absolute silence, explains to anyone precisely where it is. With this discovery now affirmed, we know that they used our present-day 360-degree system when working with circles. Another well-known system used today is the base 10 system. 10 cents is a dime, 10 dimes is a dollar, and so on. Did they also have a base 10 system? All we have to do is ask, but we must use their language to ask such questions, or we get no answers. Stonehenge has already shown us this number 21,600 in its actual latitude north of the equator, a single number which encodes 51 degrees, 10 minutes, 42.35 seconds. Let's call 21,600 its grid latitude. Now, if they wish to explain a base 10 system to us, all they'd have to have done is to build other circles at grid latitudes or longitudes of 2,160 or 216,000. The stonework at Stonehenge is what archaeologists call the Phase 3 construction. It dates to 1,750 years before Christ. The first phase, dating 1,000 years earlier, was a simple circular earthworks with a diameter of roughly 228 feet. It looks rather blank without the stones, doesn't it? Yet even this construction was important because the ancients built analogues to it everywhere. At least two of them right here in North America, at Newark, Ohio. Almost a carbon copy, isn't it? Except this one has a diameter of 1,056 feet, 1/5 of a mile. Its original name lost in time, we call it a fort, built by the Hopewell Indians. But that defies logic. Indians never built forts, they attacked them. Obtain a U.S. Geological Survey map for Newark, lay out a grid, and anyone can find that the fort centers itself at precisely 40 degrees, 02 minutes, and 27.00 seconds north latitude. And these figures multiply to exactly 2,160, which is 1/10 of the 21,600 grid latitude of Stonehenge. That's a base 10 system, using earthworks of comparable format. Of course, there are those who would be more than happy to write all of this off to mere coincidence. After all, history is comfortable with the idea that the early American Indians were ignorant because they didn't have an alphabet like ours. But they did have an alphabet. It was mathematical. And to ensure that we would have no difficulty understanding it on our side of time, they built a third opinion, and right here at Newark. Remember now, we must reckon their longitudes from Giza, not our modern Greenwich. Well, this circle on the octagon is centered at 82 degrees, 26 minutes 55.4 seconds west of Greenwich today. It was originally 113 degrees, 34 minutes 56.22 seconds west of Giza's Great Pyramid, the individual numbers of which multiply to 216,000. The fort at grid latitude 2,160, Stonehenge at 21,600, and now the circle in the octagon at its grid longitude of 216,000. No question about it. They also knew our base 10 system, and they proved it to us through their geomathematics. But what about the octagon itself? What was its function in this incredible system of geomathematical order? Examine it closely. Notice that its 8 sides are opened 8 times. In other words, its 8 sides are divided by 8. Okay, what are we supposed to divide by 8? The attached circle, of course. Divide its grid longitude of 216,000 by 8, which gets us 27,000 exactly. And guess what we have at grid latitude 27,000? Germany's Golo circle, neatly centered upon the Earth at exactly 50 degrees, 20 minutes, 27 seconds, said numbers of which multiply to 27,000, and found from 8 divisions in an octagon 1/3 of a world away. Yet, what was the original mandate that required the Golo circle to be placed at grid latitude 27,000? One quality of mathematics is its ability to run in circles, so there has to be another way, or ways, for this ancient global matrix to prove a basis for Golo. Where do we find that? Before it fell into ruins, when a visitor approached Stonehenge, what was the first number to come to mind? Yes, 2. 2 separate efforts here, lintels and supporting rocks. Then, once inside, the observer finds the 15 inner and 60 outer stones. 3 base numbers here, 2, 15, and 60. And when multiplied, they become 1,800. Now then, take this 1,800 and multiply it by the 15 inner stones to find 27,000, the grid latitude of Golo. The outer circle of stones at Stonehenge was complete, unbroken, but the inner display was divided into 5 separate units. Dividing 1,800 by 5, we return to the base, 360. When they tell us to do something like this, they had to have left us a monument which answers their matrix at 360. Did they leave us something at 360? Sure. Marking their prime meridian as it did, Giza's Great Pyramid centers itself on 360 degrees of longitude. But that's a pyramid, a squared monument involving the pi ratio, and a different aspect of this matrix. What we're looking for has to be round, like Stonehenge. Mexico's Juliaco is round. It says 360 degrees, and that is exactly where it is. 19 degrees, 18 minutes, and 01.5263 seconds north of the equator, the numbers of which all multiply to 360. Juliaco's grid latitude is 360. See, anyone can read this matrix. All we have to do is think, but in their language. We have only to admit to ourselves that they knew math at least as well as we do. Or we can simply throw the maps and the math away, leave things as they are, and remain in the dark. What we are seeing in this matrix is the signature of someone who raised global positioning to a fine art, not Stone Age degenerates. Why does Juliaco have 4 terraces on it? To explain how they did their spherical computations. You see, like Stonehenge, Juliaco is an equation. It shows us how to perform spherical calculations without using the pi ratio. But that's for another time. Thank you. I concluded the introduction by saying that Mexico's Juliaco Pyramid was actually an equation in spherical mathematics. And I made this determination despite the fact that this monument is not yet fully excavated. It has a distinction shared by very few ancient pyramids. It reached us with its base intact. The lower 33 feet of the structure was encased in a lava flow from a nearby volcano a little over 2,000 years ago, at which time the pyramid was already very ancient. Accordingly, we do have an inside date for that which follows. Spherical math from before the time of Christ, and Western style at that. Why hasn't someone noticed this before? Because we look at these structures through our eyes, not theirs. They handled math differently than we do. They committed mathematical law to geodetics, a methodology we're not familiar with. Hence, when our experts drew their conclusions for Juliaco, it became a cult temple of some sort, and we wrote it into history as such. Problem solved, case closed. Now don't misunderstand, please. There's nothing wrong with the way we do math. After all, it was good enough to take us to the moon and back. The math involved with that is virtually unreadable. In layman's terms, it would be like trying to hit a falling penny with a .22 rifle at a half-mile distance. Not easily done. Our modern game rules for math are very simple. It is based either on the constants of geodetic form, the 360-degree circle, 720-degree tetrahedron, 1080-degree pyramid, 2160-degree cube, and similar geometrics. Or the pi ratio. And, of course, ordinary numbers. These are our constants. But within these constants are a plethora of other constants. For example, if we multiply constant pi and constant 360, we get 1130.9733. We don't recognize the number, but it is another constant simply because it is the product of two other known constants. Constant to constant will always result in another constant. It's unavoidable. But not being used to recognizing constants which derive from the multiplying or dividing of two or more constants, when we look at something like Juliaco, all we see is 4 360-degree circles. It fails to register. I mean, look at it. Can you see formulas here toward spherical computations? No, of course you can't. We do not reason our math as these people did, nor will we ever, unless we learn to think as they did, to see the law as they did. As good as we are with math, we are actually running in low gear. Math has a second gear, a third, and even overdrive, levels we have not yet achieved. But how does one look for these higher speeds when the best tools we have are those which hold us in low gear? It means starting over. Forget everything we know about math, except the constants, and go back to square one. Take the numbers and constants, mix them up, run them through the mill again, and look for new constants. Things we might have missed the first time around. Math is a rigid realm. Its laws are firm, at least to our way of thinking. But that doesn't mean that other deliveries are not possible. To us, the common circle exists to specific proportions. We see a circle, we've just got to measure it. We must have its radius, diameter, circumference, area, and so on. But suppose its measurements are not important. Suppose the language of the circle is the same from one to another, and irregardless of their measurements. These would be circles involving the so-called radian. In that consciousness, all circles have 360 degrees of arc. Their radians, obtained by dividing 360 by double pi, would always be exactly 57.2957 degrees. And it would make absolutely no difference what the circle's proportions actually are, whether 10 feet wide, 100, or even 1,000. It's a 360-degree circle, and its radius, the radian, will always be 57.295 degrees. End of matter. If these ancient builders thought in such terms, then we will never answer Juliaco by measuring it. Measurements would be irrelevant. So what is Juliaco's communication to us? What did its builders know that we do not? How are we to see through their eyes? We have already substantiated at Stonehenge that they knew and used the very same 360-degree reasoning system that we do when dealing with circles. And they certainly knew our base 10 system. And they knew the pi ratio inside out, as I will show in a separate segment later on. And given the fact that the Great Pyramid, the tallest one ever built, shows it to us so abundantly, is it not possible, even likely, that their intent was that we simply apply the pi ratio to whatever we see in their matrix, no matter where it happens to be on Earth? It does present a possible decoding plan, doesn't it? Shall we test it on Juliaco? To our mind, a circle infers pi. And here on Juliaco we see 4 circles. Could that mean 4 pi? Let's divide the 360-degree form of Juliaco by 4 pi. Their logic lies exposed after 2,000 plus years of silence. What is it? Well, of course you don't recognize it. It's doubtful that very many professional mathematicians will recognize it because they're not used to working with it. But 28.64788 is exactly 1/2 of the 57.2957 radian. Okay, fine. But what are we to do with it? Give it back to 360. The answer is also a mathematical constant, even though we're not used to looking at it. It is, in fact, the area of any 360-degree circle, Using our time-honored formula for finding the area of a circle, r is the radian, we square it, we get this. The formula for the area of a circle is radius squared times pi equals area. See? Same product. But the two formulas were different, weren't they? In our logic, we square the radian and multiply by pi. But in their primitive logic, all they did was to multiply the 360-degree circle by 1/2 the radian. No pi in their formula at all. The area of the 360-degree circle, and without regard to its actual measurements. And that's not all it is. It is also the grid longitude of the Juliaco, 130 degrees, 19 minutes, and 04.1754 seconds to the west of Giza. Juliaco's basic message, then, is the generic circle. Grid latitude 360. Grid longitude, the area of the 360-degree circle. And grid vector, 1/2 of the radian. An equation. Have we solved the puzzle? No. What we have so far is just the introduction. We still have those 4 terraces to explain. Never leave until the work is finished. I said earlier that Juliaco is an equation in spherical math, but it's unlike anything we have ever seen. It's a whole new ballgame. When we work with circles and spheres, we rely on 3 time-honored formulas. The first yields the area of a circle. In the 360-degree mode, that would become 10,313.24 square degrees. This one finds us the surface area of a sphere. For the 360-degree sphere, it finds 41,252.96 square degrees. And our formula for determining the volume of a sphere. For the 360-degree sphere, 787,873.52 cubic degrees. Three separate formulas. And just look how often we have to call upon the pi ratio, like it's some kind of a crutch. Well, we all know what crutches are for, but to ancient thought they were things to be rid of. This is how they did it in pre-Hispanic times. And Juliaco explains the formula to us, step by step. 4 terraces, 360-degree circles, vector 1/2 the radian. Result is the surface area of the sphere, 41,252.96. Divide that by the 4 terraces, you get the area of the circle. Multiply it by 1/3 of the radian, you get the volume of the sphere. What tells us 1/3 of the radian at Juliaco? It's obvious. Look how the terraces are arranged. The upper terrace is set back well clear of the perimeter, a much smaller terrace. 1 small terrace over 3 large terraces. That's 1/3, isn't it? 1/3. And since we already know that Juliaco is a radian-based structure, the connection is obvious. 1/3 of the radian. As I said, Juliaco is a formula in circular and spherical math, and in one fell swoop, it obsoletes all three of our time-honored formulas in that realm. A single, all-encompassing formula, and one which ignores our favorite crutch, the pi ratio. And history calls these people primitive? Never call primitive primitive without taking a good long look in a mirror. It just might backfire. Is this an entirely pre-Hispanic thing we see at Juliaco? No, it enjoyed a global application. Archaeologists don't pay a lot of attention to the smaller pyramids at Giza, but they too play in the matrix. As we see now, finally, at the southern base of the Mycerinus are the three we call pyramids number 7, 8, and 9, resting silently on a parallel of latitude which answers the surface area of the 360-degree sphere. Radian-based mathematics, not pi. That's what this matrix was all about. Now, we begin to see it through their eyes. Juliaco taught us to apply the pi ratio to the numbers shown by the ancient architect. When we saw the 4 terraces and gave them the value of 4 pi, we were immediately equipped to decode its position in the matrix. Now let's take this primitive logic back to Stonehenge and apply it to what we see over there. British archaeologist A.T.C. Atkinson found the diameter of the Phase 1 outer circle at Stonehenge to be 288 feet. Following Juliaco's directions, that becomes 288 pi. The outer circle of Phase 3 Stonehenge, with its 60 stones all arranged in a complete 360-degree circle, provided us with the 21,600 grid latitude of Stonehenge. Does it not follow, then, that its inner horseshoe-shaped arrangement should guide us toward its grid longitude? Sure, but we must be careful here. This inner arrangement is not rational. Don't misunderstand. The 15 is a rational number, but the way they have this horseshoe arranged is irrational. It is broken into separate displays, whereas the outer stone circle of 60 stones was unbroken, a complete circle. Why did they show us these 15 inner stones irrationally? Are we supposed to somehow see 15 as an irrational number? And if so, how are we to do this? Let's go back to square one for a moment. What does Stonehenge show? It shows 60 stones on its perimeter, a rational number and rational presentation, a complete circle. Its inner horseshoe shows us 15 stones, a rational number, but at the same time an irrational presentation. Then we have the rational number 2, an inner display and an outer display, 2. 3 rational numbers, 2, 15, and 60, but they don't fit, do they? 15 times 2 is not 60, yet the 15 stones of the horseshoe are inside the unbroken outer stone display. These numbers must somehow go together. How are we to make them speak logically? There's only one way. By reducing both its 15 and its 60 to their own square roots. Only in so doing can we build a functional link between all 3 numbers. Is this why the builders broke the 15 inner stones into an irrational display? To show us that we must see it as a square root? Curiosity. We must exercise curiosity. So let's take our 288 pi off phase 1, 15, and the square root of 15 and see what they say. Notice, please, that I am not simply pulling these numbers out of thin air, as so many numerologists like to do. I am following their directions. These numbers are either shown at the site or strongly suggested. Now, what is 52,562.89164? It's the figure which encodes the actual West Giza longitude of Stonehenge, 32 degrees, 57 minutes, 28.817 seconds. Which certainly seems to confirm that the square root of 15 is a valid, anciently intended, though hidden, constant in the math of Stonehenge. Then, too, this grid longitude for Stonehenge locks itself in on other mathematical constants. For example, this equation uses the 288-foot diameter of Phase 1 Stonehenge. We do know that the circumference of Stonehenge 3 is about 305 3/4 feet. But about is not adequate here. The only thing we can be sure of at this time is that it has a circumference of 360 degrees. After all, that's what Juliaco taught us about circles. So 360 becomes 360 pi. Divide our suspect grid longitude of Stonehenge by 360 pi and we find the square root of another mathematical constant, 2160, the number of angular degrees in the geometric cube. The square root of 2160, then, is a lost constant now retrieved. We can park it in the back of our minds and refer to it as required. Next, giving the 360-degree circle of Stonehenge the value of 360 pi finds its grid longitude. Should the same logic not apply to its grid latitude? Sure, it has to. As we already know, the 60 stones and the 360-degree perimeter of Phase 3 Stonehenge furnished us its grid latitude. Now we shall take that 360-degree circle, redesignate it 360 pi, and give it back to 21,600. Remember it? It's 1/3 of the 360-degree radian. The ratio between the volume and surface area of the 360-degree sphere, as explained by the Juliaco pyramid back in the previous segment. Solid stuff. 360 pi from the grid latitude of Stonehenge shows us 1/3 of the radian. 360 pi from its grid longitude shows us the square root of 2160. Let's combine these results, just to see if any other lost constants turn up. Another one. we are not completely unfamiliar with it, though this is the first time we have seen it in this mode, another square root. The square root of the volume of the 360-degree sphere. They sure used a lot of constants we're not familiar with, didn't they? The radian, 1/2 and 1/3 of it. The square roots of 15, 60, 2160, and the volume of the 360-degree sphere. Is that all of them? I wish it was, but there are more. It was well over a century ago now that Englishman John Taylor advanced his theory that Egypt's Great Pyramid was a model of the mathematical constant double pi, 6.28318, in that when its base perimeter was multiplied by double pi, the answer in British feet came in fairly close to the pyramid's actual height. Unfortunately, several centuries before, the Arabs tore all the facing stones off the Great Pyramid, thereby erasing its original measurements. Without them, he could not prove his theory. Well, Mr. Taylor was right on the money, as I will demonstrate somewhat later on, and it makes perfect sense. These people worked with the 360-degree radian, and to get it, 360 has to be divided by double pi, not pi. Double pi, then, was another of the curious constants in the matrix. So let's see how it reacts to some of the others, like maybe the square root of 2160. It's another of their strange constants, and important, too. They even marked this one out for us over at Giza. It's the actual east longitude of tiny pyramids number 4, 5, and 6 at the base of the Great Pyramid. 00 degrees, 00 minutes, 07.3968 seconds. I call these pyramids tiny only because they set by a true giant. Before they were ruined, they stood as high as the tallest pyramids in the Western Hemisphere. Giza's pyramids take the honors where height is concerned, but that's all. Several Western pyramids are considerably larger in their base proportions, and many of our effigy earthworks could cover the Giza site in its entirety, places like Panther Mound and Poverty Point. In addition, this new constant of 7.3968 is a squared number. Its square root will be quickly recognized by British antiquarians as a direct hit, with a 2.719-foot megalithic yard as refined by Alexander Thom, though it is better known as 2.72 feet. Could it be that the megalithic yard is only a square root? Whatever the case, this squared number 7.396 was widely applied to this ancient matrix system. Indeed, it even speaks to Stonehenge. When archaeologists A.T.C. Atkinson and Gerald Hawkins examined Stonehenge, they determined its original diameter to have been 97 feet 4 inches, hence a radius of 48 feet 8 inches, or 48.66 feet in the decimal mode. Could the 48.66934411, seen as the result of this equation, represent its original radius in modern British feet? One of the exquisite aspects of this ancient matrix is its built-in set of checks and balances. For example, when we take the grid longitude of Stonehenge and divide it by all the numbers it shows us, 2, 15, 60, square root 15, and square root 60, we are left with this. The decimal place is off, but the numbers are exactly twice those of 48.66934411 seen in the previous formula. Is it valid? Are these the actual numbers, the original numbers, in the diameter of Stonehenge? They vary from those found by Atkinson and Hawkins by about 3/32 of an inch, hardly enough of a variance to notice in actual field measurements. In fact, they are just that. And this figure will be found extensively in the matrix, very extensively. It was heavily favored in Western monuments. Now, having it once again, it is a simple matter to log all of the vital measurements at Stonehenge. Finally, the square of the megalithic yard shows us this, when given to double pi. It's another of their weird constants, and one of considerable import. I have come to call it their alternate pi, AP. Here's how it works. Give it to the standard generic 360-degree circle and find the actual circumference of Stonehenge in feet. It works just as well off the 360-degree radian to find, once again, the radius of Stonehenge. It's why I call it their alternate pi. It's the constant they employed to explain the relationship of their 12-inch metrological unit to their radian-based matrix. I even prefer it to the pi ratio we use, 1177245771. 1177245771. It's poetic. Say it twice and it's memorized. It sure beats trying to memorize pi out to 8 or 9 decimal places. We now have 10 of their constants, having added to the original list the square of the megalithic yard, the radius of Stonehenge, and alternate pi. Is this all of them? No, but it is enough to take us some distance into the decoding process. And we found most of them right here at Stonehenge. The outer stone circle of Phase 3 conveys its latitude, while the inner display, in conjunction with its 288-foot wide Phase 1 Earth circle, convey its West Giza longitude. Now we know why Phase 1 was necessary. Then Stonehenge goes on to explain several mathematical constants in use at the time of its construction. The decoding is what tripped us up. Who would have thought that it was entirely restricted to maps and mathematics? Stonehenge, a magnificent calculator rendered in rock. Batteries not included or required. The access key is curiosity. The pyramids at Giza, enigmas, mystical shapes, royal tombs, even the work of the devil, depending upon the degree of intellect at work trying to explain them. There are enough books in print about these monuments, most particularly the Great Pyramid, to fill a small library, almost all of which attempt to explain their purpose. Mostly they assert personal beliefs. Those that sound good to other thinkers are echoed and echoed, until they work their ways into the realm of accepted fact. Typical is the continuing assertion that they, along with all the other pyramids in Egypt, about 83 to date, were tombs for the ruling class. For many, the bait has been taken. They are tombs, despite the fact that we have yet to find the remains of any pharaohs in any of them. Well, if Egypt's pharaohs built these pyramids, they were a whole lot better advised in mathematics, geodetics, and astronomy than the written record is able to support. In the absence of written records, we depend on archaeology for answers at Giza. But archaeology lives to dig, to find the tangible handheld artifacts of early people. Unfortunately, digging will never answer the reason for pyramids. The pyramids are mathematical law. They represent intelligence, and intelligence isn't buried. It's left for all to see, above ground and in clear sight. Sometimes they even left stuff laying around that was so obvious we can't see it. For example, matrix vector GV, my code for Giza vector. The two sets of smaller pyramids, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, 8, 9, were aligned to point right at it, an intersection of azimuths. But the builders left nothing, no pyramid, no stakes, nothing at vector GV. Now, why'd they do that? To make the obvious unobvious, obviously. And of the 100-odd books I have digested on the Giza Pyramid site, not one discusses this silent, unmarked point. Indeed, they fail to even speculate on why the small pyramids were laid out in straight lines. It went right by everyone. We already have the grid figures for these two azimuths. 41,252.96 comes from Mexico's Juliaco, the surface area of a 360-degree sphere, and the square of the megalithic yard, 7.39685. Dividing the two figures, we are left with GV's value, 5,577.096018. It will serve to demonstrate that we can get something from nothing, GV, if we know the language. Since Stonehenge explained the language, there's nothing holding us back. So let's go for it. Three pyramids present each of these invisible lines to vector GV. That's 3 pi in the language. Apply it and find the grid longitude of Stonehenge, 52,562.89. There are two sets of pyramids involved. That's 2 pi, which finds us the square root of the volume of the 360-degree sphere exactly. Or we can drop pi and divide by the double radian to retrieve the exact radius of Stonehenge in feet. We also have the option of applying the square root of 15 from Stonehenge, from which prints out the grid latitude of same. In all, 6 small pyramids point to GV. That's 6 pi. Testing, we find the grid longitude of the Tzintzuntzan pyramid in Mexico, the 3,100-foot-long Tzintzuntzan, the world's longest pyramid. The tallest pyramid in the world is the Great Pyramid. Grid longitude, 360 degrees. Apply it to vector GV, and we retrieve 15.4919. There's a new number for the pot. And coming off the Great Pyramid, it must have been important. It was 13 square miles of importance. They laid an entire city out on this azimuth. Teotihuacan in Mexico. Math can be used either extensively or expansively. We have seen how 3 pi responds to vector GV. Now let's turn it around and raise pi to its 3rd power, the cube of pi. Applying it, we find the grid latitude of Munck's Mound at Cahokia, Illinois, North America's largest pyramid. Not bad for a silent guide. See, they didn't have to mark vector GV, just align something toward it. Too bad it took us so long to wonder about it. Okay, now that we have figured out the fine art of finding solid substance from nothing, let's try something we can see and kick, like perhaps the Great Pyramid. I can't imagine anyone over the age of 16 who has never heard of the Great Pyramid. It is the best known of them all. Unfortunately, when the Arabs removed all its facing stones, the measurements went with it. And try as we have, no one has been able to retrieve them. Why? Because those who try don't know the language. Would you like to know what they were? Its measurements are not lost. They never were. While men might destroy a monument dedicated to math, the math itself is eternal. Like any consciousness, matter is perishable, math is not. Remember Stonehenge? Its stones gave us its original measurements. Even though it is 2/3 destroyed, its measurements and message survive intact. The same is true of the Great Pyramid. Its most important measurement was its height, and retrieving it is quite simple. We already know one of the numbers required for the formula, the Great Pyramid's 360-degree meridian, the prime meridian of remote antiquity. Now, marking a prime meridian as it did, the Great Pyramid has an attribute which is uniquely its own. Its prime meridian runs across it from pole to pole. As everyone knows, the poles represent 90 degrees north or south. We have our second number. The other numbers we already know. The most important of all numbers in the matrix is the 57.295 degree radian. The next most important is alternate pi, which converts their radian-based system to metrological units of measure, as Stonehenge explained. Simply divide 90 by the radian and alternate pi, and then multiply the result by 360, and voila, the original height of the monument. 480.3471728 feet. And remember, that's feet, not meters, cubits, reeds, or stadiums, but feet. Too easy? Too quick? You were expecting maybe a formula that runs out in the next week? Granted, there are those among us who would prefer that this equation actually be complexity to the 90th power, in order that they alone might understand it. But the pyramids were left for all to see, for all to understand, not just a select few. And in order for that plan to bear fruit, simplicity was essential in the delivery on behalf of the builders. Sure, I found their alternate pi, and it wasn't easy. That alone took a dozen years and some 30,000 mathematical probes. But we can also verify these proportions without using their alternate pi, or even pi for that matter. All we actually need is the 360-degree longitude of the Great Pyramid and the radian. Remember, their entire matrix was built around these two numbers. Take the generic 57.2957 radian and divide it by 360 degrees. Then multiply the result by the Great Pyramid's circumference to find its actual height of 480.347 feet. It's so simple it's almost embarrassing. John Taylor could not argue his theory for the Great Pyramid for lack of measurements. And even if he had them available, he probably would not have known what they meant. Nobody was thinking in terms of a radian-based matrix at that time. The time was not right. But now it is. And again, we have the proportions of the Great Pyramid. Here they are, for the first time in 10 or 12,000 years. Its original specs. What do they offer? That depends what we wish to look for in the prehistoric record. It holds a wealth of data in trust for us. For example, the length of the year at that time. Its volume, divided by its vector in the matrix, the cube of double pi, I'll get to that shortly, divided by its height, divided by its length, multiply the result by 360, its prime meridian. 365.020081. Is that the length of the year? If so, it isn't the year we know. To us, the solar year is 365.2422 days long. So why the disparity? The solar year we know is not a constant. The only constants in physics are matter and energy. How they behave is now, always has been, and ever shall be, subject to variations which affect matter and energy. This 365.2422 day year we like to hold as a constant in our perceptions is increasing in length. Ever hear of the leap second? It's a second of time that we add to our timekeeping from time to time in order to keep accurate track of time. Since 1972, we've added 18 of them. How long has this been going on? 1,500 years ago, the Mayans recorded the length of the year at exactly 365.2420 days. And the further back we study the oldest of calendars, the more they tend to focus on the whole number 365, as if they were trying to follow an earlier mandate of 365.02 that was known much earlier. Frankly, I don't think that the length of the solar year has ever been a constant, but there may once have been an ideal. This may be what we're looking at here. One of the reasons I say this is because this particular figure, which I call the solar year ideal, makes a good showing of itself in the matrix, locking itself on certain constants, such as this one. And this one. And we will see it again as we move along. Besides, these measurements at the Great Pyramid are very precise, very securely locked into place, almost like a genetic code. It has to follow preset patterns, such as this one at Stonehenge. We take the smaller figure of its 48.6693 foot radius and divide it by its larger 305.798 foot circumference. Then multiply the result by 360 to find the radian. The Great Pyramid uses precisely the same coding. Take the smaller figure for the Great Pyramid's height and divide it by its larger base perimeter. Then multiply by 360 to find the radian again. A beautiful lock. One of the great thrills in the decoding of this prehistoric pyramid matrix are the new discoveries which pop out on occasion. This is one of them, 0.159154943, the reciprocal of double pi. It's missing from our math books, but was obviously held in very high regard in antiquity, a mathematical constant in its own right, a ratio which exists between these multiples of double pi. The measurements at Stonehenge, those at the Great Pyramid, and the base 360 system and the radian. A few years ago, Richard Hoagland told me that he thought the matrix was exquisite. It's all of that, Dick. The descriptive I sense isn't yet in our vernacular. God, what IQs these people must have enjoyed. But it only follows. Genesis tells us that they lived lifetimes of several hundred years. They had the time to learn, the time to understand the importance of knowledge, and the time to hone wisdom. They knew routines we haven't even thought about. And their genius wasn't restricted just to Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid. It reached even into the Western Hemisphere. The 0.1591549 is less than zero, an inverted quantity. The unknown Teotihuacanos of Mexico honored this inverted constant by dedicating a pyramid to it. An inverted pyramid dug down below ground level. Here you are standing right in the middle of it. At matrix vector 9.118965. The Quetzalcoatl complex is big. If you'd like to take a hike around it, be sure to bring a lunch. It has a perimeter of a mile. The largest inverted prehistoric monument ever found. 0.1591549 by the radian, 9.118965. That's inverted, of course. On the plus side, multiply it by double pi and get the radian again. Quetzalcoatl's inverted center is 765 feet wide. They could have built the Great Pyramid within its depression. But what about Stonehenge, where this new constant was taught? Try it against the 48.669-foot radius of Stonehenge and find the square root of 60. Now we know why they encoded the square roots here. When the Arabs defaced the Great Pyramid, they forgot one of the stones. When we found it, it was promptly shipped off to England, where its sloped surface was subjected to some of the finest instruments we have. Its slope angle was found to be 51 degrees, 51 minutes, 14.305 seconds. The findings were distributed around the world in the hope that someone, anyone, could find a reason for this curious angle. To date, no one has any answers, except their own. It's the price we pay for believing that the builders were ignorant. 51 degrees, 51 minutes, and 14.305 seconds can also be expressed as 51.8539731 degrees. In this, its decimal mode, it has a tangent. And this tangent is a mathematical ratio, that which separates the cube of pi from the square of double pi. Watch out for their tangents. They made dandy hiding places for information. Anyway, that gives us another pi aspect in the Great Pyramid. Now let's climb up to its apex, which is no longer intact today. The destroyers got that too. And of course, we have yet to find its capstone, which, really, we don't need. Now, having its original proportions, we can make it ourselves. It requires only that we be careful to give it the same slope angle as found in the base facing stone, the reciprocal of which, when calculated from the perpendicular, is exactly 38.146063 degrees. The tangent of which is 0.785398175, which, when then multiplied by the four sides of this pyramid, well, is there anyone who doesn't know what that is? And right off the very top of the monument. Okay, let's see what we have so far. Pi off its apex. Double pi is the ratio between its height and base perimeter. A three-dimensional model of double pi, which was built on a squared base. That's double pi squared. The tangent of its slope angle hides the ratio between the cube of pi and the square of double pi. And, of course, the reciprocal of double pi. Have we missed anything? This pyramid is pi from the ground up. Okay, we have its makeup and its longitude. Next comes its latitude. A pyramid which marks the location of a prime meridian running north and south from pole to pole should likewise address latitude, should it not? It is logical. And all latitude is reckoned from the equator, which, as it circumscribes the Earth, has a length. The equatorial circumference of the Earth, 24,901.54558 statute miles. 24,901.54558 has a tangent too, 1.845270149. Again, only the mathematician can recognize it for what it is, the cube root of double pi. Double pi. Does the tangent of the Earth's equatorial circumference have something to do with the double pi Great Pyramid? We have only to ask. Visualize the Great Pyramid in your mind. 4 sides, 4 base corners, and an apex. 9 features. Raise this tangent, this cube root, to its 9th power, and we find the cube of double pi. Of course, all that does is prove the cube of double pi. If it has anything to offer to the matrix, we must test it against something that is in the matrix, like the Great Pyramid, since we did employ its 9 features. The Great Pyramid's longitude was 360 degrees. What might 360 have to say to the cube of double pi? It yields this figure, which encodes a parallel of latitude, which runs right across the north face of the Great Pyramid. At this point on the pyramid, then, the matrix holds a vector at the cube of double pi. Why doesn't this parallel cross the actual apex? It wasn't supposed to. That point was reserved for something else, a link with astronomy. Are we ready to admit that they knew astronomy? I am, and the most elementary constant in astronomy, or even in its predecessor astrology, is the 25,920-year procession of the equinoxes. The equation appears long, but is actually quite simple. Divide the precession of the equinoxes by the Earth's equatorial circumference. Then divide that figure into the grid latitude on the north face of the Great Pyramid. This yields the figure which encodes the actual apex latitude of the Great Pyramid. 29 degrees, 58 minutes, 51.00 seconds north, dead center on the apex. Linked between astronomy and terrestrial geodetics. The apex latitude of the Great Pyramid is special, having little to do with the global pyramid matrix. The matrix vector in the north face was reserved for those probes. That's the Great Pyramid, pie and stone, and far more than John Taylor ever imagined. And more, perhaps, than we're ready for. But it's here. The pyramids are ours once again. What are we supposed to do with them? Learn. They are teachers, and their language is mathematics. And we are their students, once again. It has been a long vacation, but the curriculum is still very much intact. No college registration necessary, no books required. Bring only maps, mathematics, curiosity, and a willingness to learn. The longitude of the Sphinx is 10 times alternate pi. The Khafre Pyramid's longitude is its echo, to the west of the Great Pyramid, also 10 times alternate pi. The Sphinx, monument to mystery, until now, reputed to have been built by Pharaoh Khafre some 2,400 years before Christ, it has recently been proven to be much older, existing long before any of the pharaohs. It was difficult working with the Sphinx. The experts have all their site maps screwed up. They show it facing in different directions. Some due east, some just north of east, and still others just south of east. If you have such maps, pay no attention to them. Get an overhead aerial photograph. Only they show it like it is. The Sphinx faces just south of east, on an azimuth of 94.247 degrees, 30 pi. How do I know this? Because I asked its mother. You see, the Sphinx is only a kitten. Its mother is over in Florida. Mama Cat is so big, 5,500 feet long, that we could park a dozen of Giza's sphinxes upon it. One of them could even fit on its tail. This effigy mound, located in the Everglades, is so large that the U.S. Geological Survey named one of their maps after it, Panther Mound. The panther's vector in the matrix is exactly 30 pi, dead center. Now, why is the Sphinx exactly where it is? What constants will explain it to us? We already have its longitude, 11.77245771. That's 1. We also have its azimuth of 30 pi. That's 2. And, of course, the ever-present radian of 57.2957 degrees. Mix them up and voila, 63,571.271, which encodes its exact latitude north of the equator. That now being resolved, our next question has been around for a long time. Why is it bi-entity in form? Why the head of a human and body of a cat? My own conclusions on that are simple enough. The human head indicates intelligence, the cat indicates curiosity. Put the two together, and we can figure out the matrix. Curiosity asks a question here, does it not? Both the head and the cat face an azimuth of 30 pi. The cat has already explained that its azimuth answers the grid vector of another cat, Florida's panther mound. If that's the logic pussyfooting around the cats, then does it not follow that the head, the human head on the Sphinx, likewise answer the position of another human head in the matrix? Where do we have other human heads? There's this one, carved in rock, down at Marcahuasi in Peru, the photo of which was kindly shared by Bill Cody of BC Video. There's New Hampshire's Old Man of the Mountain. Oh yes, it too is in the matrix, even if it is only a silhouette, which is best seen from the north. Think about that for a minute, and you can figure it out. And forget the argument that it's a natural sculpture. In fact, I hope it is, because if it is, then it has been around longer than the pyramids, in which case, its position was worked into the matrix long before the first pyramids were built. But my own personal favorite is the Great Face at the Poverty Point complex in northeastern Louisiana. Poverty Point is big. The concentric circle of earthen ridges shown here has a measured diameter of 3,950 feet, 1 foot for every mile of the Earth's polar radius. Archaeologists call it an ancient trading center, despite the fact that they find little there in the way of artifacts. Some even insist that it was an ancient city. Sorry about that, but it's pure matrix. See the 700-foot-long bird mound shaped on its western flank? Its latitude is 32 degrees 38 minutes 06.119 seconds north. Multiplied, these three numbers become 7441.5064. The area of Stonehenge at Poverty Point. Poverty Point is pure matrix. There's another large mound about a mile to the north. Archaeologists call it a tailless, unfinished bird mound that was intended to look like the one to the south. Not so at all. Anyway, where's the face I was talking about? The matrix consists of much more than just pyramids, earthworks, and mathematics. Shapes are important too, and to see them, the investigator must be able to work with topographical maps. Therein lie the clues, which blow right past the average archaeologist. On the east side of the Poverty Point complex, the land drops sharply toward the Macon Bayou, and a topographical map shows it quite clearly. The outline of a human face, a mile-long human face. The unfinished bird mound, called the Motley Mound, takes on a very clear meaning now, doesn't it? It is an eye. Its grid latitude is 32,400, 32 degrees, 39 minutes, 25.96 seconds north, and its dead center vector in the matrix is 1.909859, 1/30th of the radian. Okay, now let's test the eye's vector against the vector on the human-headed Sphinx at Giza, 5400, and see what the two faces talk about. They talk about math, vector to vector, face to face, the exact area of the 360-degree circle. Cat to cat, human head to human head, both talk to the matrix in the well-ordered language of geomathematics. Now, why did they build the Sphinx at a grid vector of exactly 5400? Not that I mind, to be sure. Rational numbers are always welcome, and they do occasionally present themselves in the matrix, as Stonehenge and Munck explained back in the first segment. The Sphinx has the ability to address the matrix by way of common rational numbers and the irrational constants. Over at Juliaco in Mexico, we discovered that when we apply the pi ratio to its 4 terraces, making it 4 pi, it began to explain things. But there are no terraces to count on the Sphinx. It does, however, show us all 4 of its paws. Notice what happens when we multiply its 5400 vector by 4 pi. It furnishes the figure which encodes the grid latitude of Giza's Kephren pyramid, the one which shares the same longitude as the Sphinx. It even answers the 48.669-foot radius of Stonehenge, another of their special matrix constants. Multiplied by the 5400 vector of the Sphinx, we get this, which encodes the West Giza longitude of the tallest pyramid ever built by the Mayans, Temple 4. The temple of the double-headed serpent at Tikal in Guatemala, 228 feet high. And do notice the final element in its actual longitude. Perfect match to the radius of Stonehenge. Not bad for primitives. Temple 4. Then we have the rational numbers. Multiply the Sphinx's vector by 2, and we get 10,800. The grid latitude at the center of Mississippi's 670-foot-long Emerald Mound. Multiplied by 4, 21,600. The grid latitude of Stonehenge. By 5, 27,000. The grid latitude of Germany's Golo Circle. By 6, 32,400. Grid latitude of the eye on the face at Poverty Point. And by 24, 129,000 exactly, or the square of 360. The grid longitude of North Bimini's 500-foot-long Shark Mound. See, that wasn't so difficult. It's just a matter of knowing the language, consulting maps, and following directions. Their directions. Something else to think about here. As the Sphinx is now known to date back at least to 7,000 years before Christ, and probably a lot further, what about Florida's Panther Mound, whose vector in the matrix, 30 pi, is an exact match to the azimuth of the Sphinx? And its 4 paws show us the grid latitude of the Kephren pyramid. To me, that says it loudly. Same age. In which case, even Khephrun's pyramid isn't Khephrun's. But it wouldn't be fair to assert something like that. What I will assert, since I can prove it, is that the matrix plan is at least as ancient as the Sphinx. On that, there is no further question, because the only way this finding can be effectively challenged is to remove such things as the Khephrun Pyramid, Panther Mound, Emerald, Poverty Point, Golo, and the others from the face of the earth, in order that they no longer address our maps, and of course the mathematical guidance they provide. And even if we somehow manage to obliterate all of these monuments, don't laugh, we've wrecked hundreds of them already, and burned all of our maps, the matrix would survive anyway, because there are some things in it we cannot get our hands on just yet. Let's go back to the Great Pyramid for a few moments. I want to show you something. Here we are running the Great Pyramid's data once again. The first half of the equation is identical to the one I demonstrated when the figure 365.020081 popped out. In that one, the final part of the expression required the use of the number 360. This time I'll drop the 360 and replace it with these two multiples of double pi, which the Great Pyramid has already explained to us. This time it shows 9929.184896. What is it? Well, it isn't the solar year this time. It encodes the grid latitude of another large formation. A gigantic five-sided monster at 40 degrees 52 minutes 04.773 seconds north latitude. Why is this one safe from any potential destruction? Because it's not here. It's over on Mars. At a place called Cydonia. At grid latitude 9929.184896. Now what's this Martian formation doing locked in on our terrestrial matrix system, as if the planners at Giza knew about it? No, this is no joke. When the Viking photos were found showing this region of Mars, Richard Hoagland, with the help of Errol Turin of the U.S. Defense Mapping Agency, laid out a precise grid for the site. And this is where this 1.6-mile-long monster pyramid, called the D&M Pyramid, just happens to center itself. Richard and Errol were already convinced that the D&M was an intelligently rendered formation several years before I ever saw their Cydonia grid, and long before they ever knew about my research. But if the D&M was intelligently rendered, who did it? There's nobody home over on Mars today, at least that's what we're told. The first question that crossed my mind when I saw the Hoagland-Turin grid was if it was intelligently made, and being 2/3 of a mile high as it is, might it have once marked a prime meridian on Mars like our Great Pyramid did over here? D&M's latitude rolls right off the Martian equator, but its longitude failed the matrix. But then its prime meridian is arbitrary, based on nothing in particular, like our own Greenwich. So I decided to move it over and center it on the D&M, just out of curiosity. With the D&M now being at longitude 360 degrees, its vector would be 27.58106. Hold that thought. About 10 miles north-northeast of the D&M is the so-called face, which has won so much attention around the world. Tricks of light and shadow, the scientists tell us. But Richard Hoagland's argument for Cydonia comes from Errol Turin's computations of the angles on the D&M pyramid where he sees the tetrahedron in evidence. The tetrahedron is a three-cornered pyramid, and in Richard's presentation on Cydonia, he explains the importance of the tetrahedron in spherical physics, that being, that for some unknown reason, if we place a tetrahedron inside a sphere, its corners, at its base, will always strike the outer surface of the sphere at about 19.5 degrees north or south of the equator. And that it is at these latitudes where energies appear to manifest themselves on all planets in our solar system. The so-called storms on Jupiter follow a latitude of 19.5 degrees. The volcanoes that have been cooking off in Hawaii for the past dozen years are also at 19.5 degrees north of the equator. The 5-mile-high Olympus Mons, an inactive volcano on Mars, locates at 19.5 degrees. It's all quite real. Natural energies appear to focus themselves at this latitude on the spinning bodies of the solar system. Well, I'm not an astronomer or physicist, but I am familiar with the tetrahedron. Each side of the tetrahedron contains 3 60-degree corners. In all 4 surfaces, we have a grand total of 720 degrees. In the language of the matrix, the tetrahedron is 720. Well, activity on the surface of planets seems to indicate that nature knows about the tetrahedron. I'll give her that. But does she know about other mathematical constants, like maybe double pi, the 3D form of Giza's Great Pyramid? 720 and double pi. The result divides down through 41 degrees and 11 minutes to wind up at 10.0308 seconds. And guess what's there? The face. Okay, back to the drawing board. If nature shaped this humanoid face on Mars from double pi and the tetrahedron, then she must have built our Great Pyramid as well. She's a builder as well as a thinker. Man, that'll do a job on prevailing thought. Okay, let's see how sharp she really is. The matrix employs a lot of constants that we're not used to seeing. Let's try a tough one on her, like the square root of 2160. The grid latitude of Cydonia's face, square root of 2160. How about that? The face knows the diameter of Stonehenge. Can Cydonia's face see all the way to Stonehenge? This is most embarrassing. Well, if it can see Stonehenge from Mars, maybe it can also see the global matrix itself. Let's check it out. Let's run the pi fractionals by it. Vector 1/3 pi, represented by Munck's Mound at Cahokia. Vector 2/3 pi, represented by North Bimini Shark Mound. And finally, pi itself, represented by the Great Pyramid. There isn't much chance it could see all of them at the same time. Could this low number stump it? Not if the Martian prime meridian centers itself on the D&M pyramid, because the face centers itself exactly 00 degrees and 06.89 minutes to the east of it. Checkmate. The face got us again. But you know, nature's even smarter than that. She also positioned Cydonia's face at this longitude for another reason. Recall how the tangent of the Earth's equatorial circumference can be raised to the 9th power to show us the grid vector of the Great Pyramid? Watch what happens when we raise the face's longitude to the 9th power. I have 3 almanacs here in my study. And all three show the distance from the Earth over to Mars as 35 million statute miles. We do like to round off large numbers, but this figure is so close it's laughable. Nature, as we see here, also knows mileage in terms of statute miles, which isn't so surprising when we recall that she also knew the diameter of Stonehenge a few equations back. The grid vector on the face is 656.561270. When we divide its grid latitude by its longitude, what an interesting arrangement of numbers. 6565. Let's put this one through the matrix mill too. If we can't find a misfire somewhere, we may have to live with this alien intrusion into our matrix. We need the astronomical test. Po, the precession of the equinoxes, 25,920 years, the most elementary of all astronomical constants. And since Mars is out there in space, and again, Sidonia's face answers with a constant right off the Great Pyramid at Giza, the square of double pi. We can't seem to trip her up. Maybe if we tried a different approach. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, and Mars. Mars is the fifth body out from the Sun. That's 5 pi in the language of the matrix. More egg in the face. There's that number from Juliaco again. The area of the 360-degree circle. The face can't be tripped. Mother Nature, the artist, couldn't have picked a more sobering spot for this face. And quite safe, too. There isn't much chance of our trucking it off for road fill. And starting tomorrow morning, I will get up early, go outside, and bow to the east, because nature is smarter than any of us. Really now, how far can we push coincidence? It has to have limits, and Sidonia's face has outstripped them repeatedly. One more test is in order. Let's see how the Martian face speaks to one of our terrestrial faces. Remembering that the human face on the Sphinx faces an azimuth of 30 pi, and when we divide its 5400 vector by 30 pi, we found the exact value of the radian. Let's see if Sidonia's mile-long face can talk to our mile-long face at Poverty Point. Sidonia's face has an azimuth too. It looks straight up at 90 degrees. Poverty Point's face also looks 90 degrees east. Take the Sidonian face's vector of 656.56 and divide it by 90 degrees. Call the result x. Then take Poverty Point's I, grid vector of 1/30th of the radian, and divide it by 90. Call that result y. Then divide x by y to find the exact value of 6 radian. The radian, the basic language of the matrix. What's the bottom line for Sidonia? A master formula based on the basic astronomical constant. CYFV here is the vector of Sidonia's face. DMV is the vector of the huge D&M pyramid. GPV is the grid vector of our own Great Pyramid, the cube of double pi. Whether we can live with the idea of intelligently rendered monuments on Mars is not the issue here. They are where they are, and they're talking to our terrestrial matrix, whether we like it or not. So call them whatever you like. The sweet thing about them is we can't get at them. Transportation is too expensive. And by the way, if we should someday decide to destroy our Great Pyramid in some stupid nuclear war, fret not. The mandate for its 480.347-foot height is safely stored away on Mars, 35 million miles away. All we have to do is put a 360-degree prime meridian on its D&M pyramid, like someone did in our Great Pyramid, and the work order remains intact. Because the law is universal. For the overly skeptical, the easiest way to dispose of what we have seen here in the past few minutes is to simply remove my prime meridian from the D&M pyramid. And it will all simply go away, withdrawing into oblivion once again, and leave us alone. Except for the curious, who, having done their homework, will realize that it happened once before in human history. You see, the ancients knew the vector numbers for Sidonia's face, 656. They left them everywhere. Like in the outside diameter of Germany's Golo circle, 656 feet. And over at Tikal in Guatemala, they're everywhere. Here on Temple 1, the so-called Temple of the Giant Jaguar, notice the platform upon which the lofty temple rests. Mahler measured it over a century ago, 6.56 feet high. The Temple of the Giant Jaguar is poorly named, by the way. It was the peripheral pyramid, as I will explain in my next video. The same is true of Temple 2, the Temple of the Masks. Temple platform is 6.56 feet high. And on Temple 3, Temple of the Jaguar Priest. And on Temple 4, the Temple of the Double-Headed Serpent, 6.56 feet. Mahler apparently did not measure it on Temple 5, though he did find the numbers when he measured the width of the staircase at ground level, 65.6 feet. This number is not without a certain significance to us today. 6.565 is the ARRI standard for computing the density of the Earth. Judging from that, I'd say the Bible was right. There is nothing new under the sun. It's easy for us to believe that the Egyptians built their pyramids, that the Celts raised Stonehenge, and that the Maya and Toltecs built their monuments in Central America, all independent of each other. But these beliefs pale into insignificance when we suddenly discover that Tikal, Stonehenge, Tsinsunsan, Teotihuacan, the Face on Mars, and the Great Pyramid at Giza were known around the entire ancient world. It is the helm of this ancient order which must be identified, a body of genius which prized knowledge above all else, and whose determination it was to ensure its survival through a dark period in human history, by way of a pyramid matrix system which still defies time itself, a communication clear and direct, which we moderns lack the courage to even think about. Dogma maintains that we humans got our jump start in the Middle East. I'm afraid it's all a lot of nonsense, because they who built the matrix were smarter than the Phoenicians, Egyptians, Hebrews, Babylonians, or even the Greeks ever were. And it causes me to wonder just where we did come from, and maybe even where we've been. Thank you. We first saw this chart of retrieved constants back in Chapter 3. Both Giza and Stonehenge provided and explained them. In this chapter, we will find that they were also very well known in the West. For example, here they are, all mixed up. The 360-degree base system, alternate pi, pi and double pi, the square root of the volume of the 360-degree sphere, the radian, 2/3 pi, the square of the megalithic yard, the double radian, the 2, 15, and 60 from Stonehenge, and even the square root of 2160. Why do they come to focus on 15.49193338? The prehistoric city of Teotihuacan in Mexico, all of it, buildings, plazas, terraced platforms, streets, and even its pyramids, everything laid out on an exact azimuth of 15.49193 degrees. Teotihuacan, the city of mystery. Despite decades of on-site investigations, archaeologists know virtually nothing about it. Who built it? When? Why? Zero. Even the Aztecs had no answers for the place. When they came into Mexico, Teotihuacan, which they named the City of the Gods, was already abandoned and in ruins, centuries before the white man ever saw it. Even its name was lost in time. Its largest pyramid is this one, the Pyramid of the Sun. Its original corners lost in decay. Its original baseline measurement is unknown to archaeologists. Further, some 25 to 30 feet of its outer veneer was removed in the early part of the 20th century when an archaeologist sought to find a better defined interior, which he did. That's the Sun Pyramid we see today, about 730 feet square. But Hugh Harleston went after its original footing in order to find a better picture of its original state. He found that the Sun was once some 750.8 feet square at its base, said position being 7,508 feet above sea level today, another base 10 reference, and in feet. If this was its baseline length, then the Sun's base was only a few feet shorter than that of Giza's Great Pyramid. But being only half as high and terraced, it has never received the attention it so richly deserves. That will change in the next few minutes. First, the equation which finds Teotihuacan in their matrix clearly specifies that it was a very important site. Far more important than anyone had ever realized. Well, hang on to your socks. The silence of Teotihuacan is about to end. Remember the Juliaco Pyramid, about a day's walk from Teotihuacan? 4 terraces became 4 pi in its decoding. Five terraces here on the Sun, right? Yes, but we must be very careful when eyeing the Sun. For example, notice that its 4th terrace was designed to show 2 separate slope angles. Hence, while the Sun actually has 5 terraces, it likewise has 6 separate faces. That's 5 pi and 6 pi. Then, too, we have this. Seen in its side elevation as drawn by the University of Rochester following its 1973 site survey, Dr. Druitt of the University of Toronto was kind enough to send this along. Notice that the upper terraces of the Sun were deliberately built off-center. Working as I have with this matrix system since 1982, I have found that matrix coordinates always bear on the center of a monument's base, not its summit. Accordingly, the lower two faces are distinctly separate from the upper four. That's 2 pi and 4 pi. In all, then, we have 2 pi, 4 pi, 5 pi, and 6 pi, speaking from the Sun pyramid. These present a simple pi multiplex. Resulting in the value of 23,378.18184, a number which exactly encodes the Sun's latitude upon the Earth. (19 degrees, 41 minutes, and 30.0105 seconds north, dead center on the pyramid. Notice, dead center on the pyramid, not on its summit. And the Sun finally speaks. I am a pi multiplex, and I will show anyone why I am where I am, if they know my language. As for the matrix proper, the Sun addresses it from its grid latitude of 23,378.1818.4. The access key is, of course, pi. Divide it by pi itself, and we find the 7441.506 square foot area of Stonehenge. Or we can divide it by double pi and get this. The grid latitude of another major pyramid of the matrix, one whose grid longitude we already know. Temple 4 at Tikal in Guatemala. The Temple of the Double-Headed Serpent, its frontal elevation. And its side elevation. The Sun shows us many multiples of the pi ratio. We could even use 5 pi. To find this, the grid latitude of still another giant. That being the Cholula Pyramid, the largest pyramid on Earth in terms of volume. Over 200 million cubic feet, over twice that of Egypt's Great Pyramid, despite the fact that it is less than half its height. In the matrix, then, the Sun Pyramid was one of considerable significance. It was not a temple to some ancient pagan religion, as we have been led to believe. And mapping was not the only aspect of the matrix which it relates. Using its grid latitude again, along with pi, and the azimuth of the entire city of Teotihuacan, the Sun tells us this: the Great Pyramid's height, in terms of feet, and from Mexico. From its grid latitude, pi reflects the area of Stonehenge in square feet. This equation is the same, except that we also include the azimuth of the city. It only follows, then, that this new figure is also a unit of measurement in feet. At Stonehenge, remember its language? Its measurements, hidden in its own rocks. And there's another example here at Tikal in Guatemala. An old friend by now, Temple 4, the Temple of the Double-Headed Serpent. Lord, where do they get these names from? As we recall, the grid latitude of Temple 4 was 3720.75, coming from the Sun Pyramid by way of double pi. And now that we've found where it is, notice that Temple 4 has 9 terraces. Which feeds a simple equation. What does 33,486.77 mean? When Tjabert Mahler, the German archaeologist, cleared Tikal and obtained the field measurements of its pyramids in the 19th century, being German, he measured everything with his native metric ruler, which of course will never reveal anything where these monuments are concerned. But when we convert them over to British 12-inch feet, we find that Temple 4 has a base area of 33,486 square feet. Should anyone care to challenge me on this, his work was saved in the Peabody Museum, Harvard University Memoirs, Volume 5, Number 1. It's only a matter of time before the foolish metric system is forced upon us, thereby obsoleting and eventually erasing the 12-inch foot from thought. So thank you, Peabody. Had you not saved Mahler's work, we may never have known. Look upon me, count what I show, then measure my base, and I will tell you why I am where I am. Digest the logic carefully. It works either way. We can also work from its grid latitude, multiply by the 9 terraces, and find its base area. It's how they hid actual measurements. No real trick to it. Do not be intimidated by their genius. These ancient masters were smart, damn smart. But they were only human. And anything a human can encode, another human can decode. Exercise patience. Great teachers are speaking to us from this matrix. But we've been to the moon, so don't underestimate the student over here on our side of time. We too can learn new languages. While the ancients certainly handled their math differently than we do, their use of our modern 12-inch foot can be found everywhere at Tikal, and even our 5,280-foot mile. And one of the best classrooms in which to study it is right here at Tikal, which I suspect was the Matrix University itself. Temple 2, shown here, was its smallest pyramid, only 142 feet high. Remember the recent television commercial for athletic footwear, wherein they showed a pair of kids running up the staircase of a Mayan pyramid? This was the pyramid. And it only has 49 steps. They should try it on Temple 4 sometime. That'll make a wreck out of any athlete. 49 steps to the top of the pyramid proper here at Temple 2, the so-called Temple of the Masks. Then notice that from there up to the doorway of the temple proper are 10 additional steps. That's 59 in all, divided into 2 distinctly separate staircases. When 59 is divided by 2, the result is 29 and a half. Notice that the base of the staircase at ground level is 29 and 1/2 feet wide. That's feet. Of course, this too is converted from Mahler's metric determination. The 12-inch foot explained on the facade of Temple 2. Temple 2 faces a larger pyramid across a plaza, Temple 1. The Temple of the Giant Jaguar. Colorful names. Temple 2, Temple 3, and Temple 4, which is just off the map to the west, all face east toward the sunrise. Sunrise worship, don't you know? But what about Temple 1? Why does it face west? Sunset worship? It's easy to see how the experts in primitive religions might draw such simplistic conclusions, but that's not at all why Temple 1 faces west. They missed this one by a country mile. When Mahler measured the temple atop Pyramid number 1, he found it to have a depth of, and I quote, exactly 759 centimeters. Exactly, eh? Well, it's hard to call anything much closer than exactly. Converting his 759 centimeters over to feet, it becomes exactly 24.9015 British feet. 249015. 24,901.5 statute miles is the equatorial circumference of the Earth as we know it today. Why does Temple 1 show us the distance around the world? Around the world. There are several dozen ways of pulling Temple 1's coordinates from the matrix, but I'll cut through all that and get right down to the heart of it. Temple 1's longitude is 120 degrees 45 minutes 22.9183 seconds west of Giza. And to the east of Giza, the long way around the world across Asia and the Pacifics, it is 239 degrees 14 minutes 36.98 seconds. Notice that its actual longitude in either direction presents exactly the same grid longitude. Temple of the Giant Jaguar? Sorry. Temple 1 is the peripheral pyramid, and that's why it faces to the west. As the peripheral pyramid, it addresses the global matrix in both directions, east and west. It therefore looks around the world, like the Earth's equatorial circumference. The exact numbers of which were left for us in the depth of its lofty temple. Since 24,901.5 statute miles is made up of 5,280 foot miles, Tikal shows us still another clear reference to our modern 12-inch foot. Moving over to the west of Temple 1, we have Temple 4, by now quite familiar, via its grid latitude, 9 terraces, area formula, which shows us its 33,486 square feet area. The height of its individual terraces is 15.5 feet. Might that be 15.4919 feet, the same figure used in the layout of Teotihuacan? And then we have its slope angle. As near as we're able to determine this angle, it comes back as 72.6 degrees. 72.66 is the square root of 5,280. References to our modern 12-inch foot and 5,280 foot mile are all over Tikal, but there is also something else common to its pyramids which, in my view, infers Tikal's ancient usage as a university where the matrix was taught. Going back a bit in this presentation, recall the actual West Giza longitude of Temple 4. The final element, seconds of longitude, was the exact radius of Stonehenge, 48.66934411 feet. This particular delivery was common, and indeed still is common, to all of Tikal's pyramids. The final element of their actual longitudes are recognizable mathematical constants. Temple 4 shows us the radius of Stonehenge. We saw this just moments ago, the two-faced longitudes of Temple 1, the peripheral pyramid. Notice that the final element of its West Giza longitude is 22.918311 seconds. 22.918311 is also exactly 2/5 of the 57.2957 radian, constants in the tailings of Tikal's pyramids. The longitude of its temple number 3, 34.377467, is exactly 3/5 of the radian. This particular value, 3/5 of the radian, locates other monuments in the matrix, such as Florida's Mound Key, and where it is in the matrix vector, not on the island, but on the big mound which survives there. And mounds and pyramids are not all that it finds. It likewise vectors on this. Florida's warm mineral springs, the waters of which are reputed to have certain beneficial, even healing properties. Why does this figure for 3/5 of the radian, shown to us so clearly by Tikal's 178-foot-high Temple 3, vector itself on warm mineral springs? There's no mounds or pyramids there, just water. Is this perhaps the fabled Fountain of Youth, once sought by Ponce de Leon? There are thousands of springs in Florida, so when warm mineral springs answered the matrix, I wasn't particularly moved by it, probably just coincidence. To be sure, I ran the constants in the matrix over the coordinates of several dozen other randomly selected springs. Of the lot, only one answered. The Little Salt Spring, a few miles north of WMS. And of all the constants available in the matrix, Little Salt answered at 4/5 of the radian. Another radian fractional on a Floridian spring. What is this ancient matrix trying to tell us here? Well, we are not entirely without answers of our own. Warm Mineral and Little Salt Springs are known to rank as two of Florida's most important natural springs. And we know that they've been flowing generously for many thousands of years. Human remains have been found in proximity which date back 10,000 years. But was one of these springs the Fountain of Youth? Only they who have benefited from its waters can answer that. I must admit that their grid vectors answering the matrix at clear fractionals of the radian caught my interest. It also caught the imaginations of Floridian spring buffs, and soon other maps showing the state's springs were flowing my way. I ran their coordinates too, but they ignored the math. Until the day when the map for Mudhole Spring arrived. Mudhole is offshore, off the west coast of Florida, under 40 feet of ocean. Yet its upward flow of water is so powerful that its position is actually marked on NOAA's map of the region. The site is well known by local fishermen, too. I ran its coordinates. Mudhole Spring answered the probe at a grid vector of 5.72957. That's 1/10 of the radian. And we have a third major spring vectoring the matrix at a radian fractional. But Fountain of Youth? I don't know. But I am drawing a theory that there is something remarkable about these watering spots, something the ancient cartographers deemed important enough to encode in their pyramid matrix system. which poses another question. These springs are very ancient, and the fact that their positions answer the pyramid matrix indicates to me that they, along with other anciently known energy sites, may have been part of the reason this matrix was devised in the first place, to show geomathematically their importance to mankind, in which case the pyramid matrix may have been mapped around them. For any who might care to double-check my findings with regard to these three springs, be careful of our maps. Present-day maps are still based on the 1927 North American Datum, or NAD. On such maps, coordinates in Florida can be off by as much as 100 feet. Correct them to our 1983 NAD. These are satellite corrections, and these are the positions which this ancient matrix answers. Do radian fractionals in the matrix show us things beneficial to us, to the Earth, or perhaps both? Dare we ignore such communications? The ancients clearly understood. Now it's our turn. If the ancient masters did indeed incorporate the grid points of these important Floridian spring sites into a global matrix system involving their pyramids, long before the pyramids were ever built, then there has to be a way that the positions of these pyramids or allied monuments can explain from their positions. But which monuments are we to ask? There are thousands of them here in the United States alone. If you wish to learn information about springs today, you go to an encyclopedia and look underwater. The same is true in the Pyramid Age, except their encyclopedia consisted of a mathematical language. What do we have in the matrix which answers water? How about a mound which is surrounded by water, like this one, the Shark Mound on North Bimini Island just east of Florida? It's called a shark because it resembles a lemon shark. The shark is made entirely of sand and is only a few feet high. But it is also 500 feet long, hence is of a respectable size. It is also surrounded by water, and as it is water we are trying to understand. Let's begin with this artifact. Here we have its latitude and longitude, the longitude being reckoned from Greenwich and therefore quite useless. Adjusting its longitude over to the Great Pyramid, we find it to be centered at 110 degrees, 22 minutes, and 53.55 seconds, thereby providing it with a grid longitude of 129,600, or, in the language of the period, a square of 360 degrees. This, along with its grid latitude, gives the shark a grid point value or vector of 2/3 of pi. And on the map, shark locates here. On the continent proper, one of America's largest effigy earthworks is this, whatever it is, at Portsmouth, Kentucky. Yeah, what is it? The only name it has in the formal record is Portsmouth Group A Earthworks, written in by Squire and Davis in the 1820s, when they surveyed the site for the first time. Even then it was so ancient that erosion had cut several gullies across it. A 5,000-foot-long what's it? The Aboriginals made lots of effigy mounds in North America. Snakes, turtles, squirrels, birds, fish, you name it, and they left it somewhere. But this thing, I have hiked and fished through the wilds of North America from the Catskills of New York to the White Mountains of Alaska, and I can assure one and all that I have never seen anything walking, crawling, swimming, or flying that looks even remotely like this. And look, atop its central box section, it has a handle. Clearly, this effigy represents something that was anciently manufactured, perhaps a weapon of some sort. It even shows a curved indentation at its right end, as if designed to fit the shoulder of a hunter. Whatever it is, or was, this earthworks is worthy of suspicion. Why? Because it is only about 1,500 feet from a large river, the Ohio. Water again, and major water. So let's call this thing the device. Maybe one of the reasons we the people haven't heard much about it, beyond the works of Squire and Davis, is because there isn't much left of it today. Much of it is now part of Portsmouth, buildings everywhere. But enough fragments survive to show up on a formal USGS 7.5 topographical map, so it hasn't been completely lost yet. To make a long story short, when we divide its grid latitude by its grid longitude, we find that its grid point value is exactly 3. Having that, we add the device to our map. Okay, so far we have a natural effigy and a man-made effigy. It's time to involve a pyramid. And the biggest one on the entire continent is that humongous heap of dirt at Cahokia, known as Munck's Mound. 1,037 feet long, 790 wide, and 94 high. But that's as we see it today. Originally, it looked more like this, and was 100 feet high. A real monster. Half again as long as Giza's Great Pyramid. They who follow my work have already been through Munck's, so let's get right to its grid point value, which is 1.047, or 1/3 of pi. Interesting. 1/3 of pi at Munck's, 2/3 pi at the Shark, and a full 3 at the device. And oh yes, the water aspect, Munck's is on one of the ancient flood terraces of the mighty Mississippi River. Okay, we add Munck's to our map. Good. 2 effigies in a pyramid. What shall we involve next? How about the face? No, not the one over on Mars. Ours. The mile-long face at Poverty Point. After all, faces know things. We have covered Poverty Point in the original video, so let's get right to the point. Its grid point. The eye on the face, the misnamed Motley Mound, which also resides near water. Its value in the matrix, 1.909859, or 1/30th of the radian, another mathematical constant. Now, when we add the eye to our map, then join the lines from major monument to major monument, and then multiply their grid point values, 1/3 pi, 2/3 pi, 1/30th of the radian, and 3, we find the constant 4 pi, 12.56637. Interesting. We moderns think of map grids being square or rectangular, not something that looks like a kite. But it is mathematically sound. Now, what do we do with it? The only common ground these artifacts have in nature is the fact that all four are near water. Maybe we need another water-bound artifact? And I can't think of a bigger one anywhere than Florida's 5,500-foot-long Panther Mound in the Everglades. Remember it from the previous video? The mother of Giza's Sphinx? North Bimini's Shark Mound was completely surrounded by Atlantic Ocean. Florida's Panther Mound is completely surrounded by the waters of the Everglades. What we do next is to switch mounds in the kite. We will dispose of the Shark Mound and replace it with Florida's Panther Mound. The other grid points of the kite remain the same. This, of course, changes the values in the kite. We drop the Shark, whose grid point value was 2/3 of pi, and are replacing it with the Panther Mound, grid point value 30 pi. This time we divide to find that putting the Panther on the tail of the kite changes the overall value to 5 pi. Checking everything once again to protect against losing anyone's concentration. North America's largest Aboriginal monuments, bar none. Another mathematical constant. Okay, so far we have 4 pi and 5 pi kite grids. But how do they serve? Maybe we can someday swing the tail of the kite eastward to 3 pi and find some sunken Atlantean pyramid, or westward to 6 pi for something the Mayans lost in the Caribbean. Maybe. But the logic being conveyed here by these ancient builders says two things to me very clearly. First, water. Remember, both the Shark and the Panther are surrounded by it. And two, swing the tail of the kite. But to what? How about to water itself? Something significant underwater, like perhaps an underwater spring. Like maybe the Mudhole Spring off Florida's west coast. Grid point value 1/10 of the radian. 5.72957. The top of the kite holding its corners on the eye, Munck's, and the device as usual. We now drop the Panther Mound from the bottom and replace it with Mudhole Spring's grid point value. Then multiply and voila. Instant recognition. The value of 3/5 of the radian. And as we already know, it's the grid point of warm mineral spring in the global matrix, and found by mathematically oriented swinging kites. What else is there to say? The water mounds found major water sources, and when they wrote their final equation, the answer came out right on warm mineral springs. Now we know the information Ponce de Leon found concerning the Fountain of Youth was valid. Problem was, he didn't know the pyramid grid system, which had encoded its location 100 centuries earlier. He had no hope of finding it without resorting to actual trial and error legwork. The ancients revered warm mineral springs so highly that they built the major monuments of North America at such grid points as could point it out to us, as soon as we came to understand the mathematical precisions of the Earth. Fascinating by itself, our search has also explained how a portion of their global grid actually works. I wonder what else they revered
that we haven't found yet. The matrix is still young. The search continues. This is the ground plan of the Acapana Pyramid at Tiwanaku, Bolivia. It contains part of a message explaining why it is where it is. Some of you know how to do this. For those who do not, it's really quite simple. The Great Pyramid contains part of the law, the mathematical pi ratio. Its slope angle from the apex downward has a tangent value which we can find with a modern pocket calculator. Multiply this tangent by the four sides of the pyramid, and we find pi, memorialized forever. Having been so advised, we should apply this ratio to what we see in other pyramids around the world. For example, Mexico's Pyramid of the Sun. In this side elevation, notice that the upper bodies of the monument are offset toward the rear. Count the sloped surfaces, which, as we see, have been deliberately separated. 2 slopes in the lower body, and 4 in the upper. 2 and 4. From the front, the sun appears uniform in its presentation. Now we see 6 slopes on 5 terraces. That's 5 and 6. The sun, then, presents a simple mathematical formula when we recall that the Great Pyramid at Giza tells us to apply pi. The 2, 4, 5, and 6 features on the Sun Pyramid become 2 pi, 4 pi, 5 pi, and 6 pi. Multiplied, we find this large irrational, a single number. What does it mean? Nothing at all, unless one is careful to notice that there are 3 other numbers which also multiply to meet it. The numbers 19, 41, and 30.0105. In these we find unquestionable meaning, because at 19 degrees, 41 minutes, and 30.0105 seconds, in the language of mapping, it is precisely where the Sun Pyramid situates on our maps. 19 degrees, 41 minutes, 30.0105 seconds north of the equator. That's not bad for the alleged savages that are supposed to have built this pyramid. Did they really know where the equator was? 2, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, they knew. And they also knew about the pi ratio, having been memorialized over at Giza. In fact, they knew every bit as much about global mapping as we do, if not more. The same geomathematical logic was incorporated in the Acapana Pyramid at Tiwanaku. Unfortunately, we cannot extract data from its terraces because people have been chopping away at this pyramid since the Spanish began sacking the West 5 centuries ago. It is so badly gutted today that no one knows how many terraces it had. Except me, but that's for another time. You see, while we can destroy a pyramid, we cannot destroy the mathematics which gave it form. In their immense wisdom, the builders made certain that the Acapana would never become silent. How did they manage this? By protecting its geomathematical data in its base plan. Proceed in much the same way we did at Teotihuacan's Pyramid of the Sun. Pay close attention to what we see. The emphasis here was on the 90-degree corner angle, of which there were exactly 16. 16 and 90. Then simply apply pi to the formula and find. Well, it's not as if we don't know what to expect. "16 degrees, 33 minutes, 08.567 seconds south of the equator." Even the pre-Inca knew where the equator was. The next question is, how old is Tiwanaku's Acapana? Is there a way to demonstrate its age? Possibly so. All we have to do is match its position against the oldest monument known. What might that be? The very same number that encodes the latitude of the Acapana Pyramid at Tiwanaku encodes the actual latitude of Sidonia's face, north of the Martian equator. Geomathematical correlation. Now then, which came first? Sidonia's face or the Acapana Pyramid? Why is the pi ratio required for locating the Acapana? In my initial presentation, we found that England's Stonehenge provided the keys to one level of this magnificent coded system, and pi was not required. Despite its ruined condition today, British archaeologists have long since determined what Stonehenge looked like when brand new, a minimum of 3,700 years ago. It was part of an even more ancient circular earthworks, sporting a diameter of 288 feet. The inner circle, known as the Phase 3 construction, with a meager diameter of only 97 feet 4 inches, consisted of 60 huge rocks, 30 horizontal lintels fitted to the tops of 30 upright rocks called sarsens. 60 stones carefully arranged in a 360-degree circle. It proposes a simple formula. 60 times 360 equals 21,600. And it was this number which encodes the latitude of Stonehenge north of the equator, because 51 degrees, 10 minutes, and 42.35 seconds just happens to be the parallel upon which Stonehenge was centered. That discovery advised us rather quickly that the builders not only knew multiplication and numbers, but also that they knew the common circle to have a 360 degrees of arc. Hence, they knew math and simple geometry as well as we do, and in our terms, 3,700 years ago. Even more surprising, the location of Stonehenge proves beyond any question that their mapping skills were at least on a par with our own. They were not the dim-minded semi-savages that contemporary history insists they were. Now knowing that the ancient Celts understood a 360-degree circle for what it was, in geometric terms, we took the circle over to the Western Hemisphere, where, at Newark, Ohio, we found that the architects of the great aboriginal earthworks were also familiar with the grid latitude of Stonehenge, a third of a world away. Here at the 1,056-foot-wide observatory circle,
we find 21,600 again, albeit reduced by a factor of 10. 2160, which encoded its latitude of 40 degrees, 2 minutes, 27 seconds north of the equator. Then we walked over to Newark's Great Octagon, a little over a mile to the northwest, only to find that these very same numbers were used again as 216,000, which encodes the longitude, not latitude, of the huge Earth circle which attaches itself to the octagon. 2160 at the observatory circle, 21,600 at Stonehenge, and 216,000 at the octagon. Proof, by way of our own maps, that the ancients knew and used a base 10 system as we do. Then we went on to Mexico to check out the only round pyramid ever found down there, only to discover that even its ancient people likewise knew that a circle had 360 degrees of arc. They proved that by having built this 360-degree monument right on its own grid latitude of 360, at 19 degrees, 18 minutes, 01.05 seconds north of the equator. The same equator that we use, and the ancient British used when they erected Stonehenge. Then we have the stretched circle, the oval-shaped Motley Mound at Poverty Point, Louisiana, which the archaeologists misnamed because they favored digging in the ground rather than looking down from above. Had they paid any attention to our topographical maps, they would have seen that the motley was actually an eye on a mile-long human face, which was formed by the escarpment to the east side of the site. Motley was actually an eye, a 360-degree oval, on a face which looks off to the east. East means 90 degrees, and when 90 is multiplied by 360, it becomes 32,400. The grid latitude of the eye. Then we have Mississippi's Emerald Mound, with its 5 corners, and 6 surfaces, comprising a corrupted 360-degree form. 5 times 6 times 360 becomes 10,800, the figure which encodes its latitude of 31 degrees, 38 minutes, 09.16 seconds north. From there, we take the 360-degree logic to its square-cornered form. Here at Dashur in Egypt, about 9 minutes south of Giza, we find the so-called bent pyramid, a monument whose slope angle changes about halfway up its face, presenting what is readily seen as 2 separate bodies. Egyptologists advise us that the reason for these 2 different slope angles was due to engineering considerations. Too much weight bearing downward would have caused the sides to buckle, and the monument would have self-destructed. Therefore, the ancient builders decided to lower the slope angle at the halfway mark. That's more baloney than we hear in the average political campaign speech. Egyptologists are not going to want to hear this, but Seneferu's engineers knew exactly what they were doing. True, the lower slope angle at 54.7 degrees was a few degrees steeper than Giza's Great Pyramid, but it posed no risk of collapse. Angle and weight were no problem. Over at Tikal in Guatemala, the Mayans had no trouble with collapsing pyramids, and they didn't have squared block construction in their monuments. Here, pyramid interiors were rubble, and the outer veneer merely cemented fieldstone. The 228-foot-tall Temple 4 had a slope angle of 72.6 degrees, not 54 as on Seneferu's, and it's still there. Therefore, if there is any substance to what the Egyptologists assert as the reason for the bent pyramids being bent, then none of the Mayan pyramids should have reached us intact. This design affords an observer the opportunity to see additional numbers beyond those available from a true pyramid design. Here, instead of only 4 sides, we see 8. And rather than seeing 4 base corners and an apex, we see 8 corners and an apex. That's 9. 360 degrees times 8 times 9, 25,920. This figure encodes its actual latitude of 29 degrees, 47 minutes, and 19.01 seconds. It was deliberately bent in order to show anyone why it is where it is. There were no engineering problems. A second reason for breaking an otherwise perfect 360-degree base design was to reveal 2 bodies of 360 degrees. What happens when we divide 360 by 2? 180, of course, which answers its longitude nicely. But not its longitude from our modern Greenwich. The prime meridian of the Pyramid Age was predicated on the position of the Great Pyramid, from which the bent pyramid lies to the east. These pyramids are points in a remarkable global matrix which explains a global positioning system involving the mathematical precisions of the Earth. Why haven't we seen this before? Because the questions we have been asking of the pyramids are inadequate. Who built them, when, and how are irrelevant. We should have been asking why they are where they are, and why they were built the way they were built. And they made it so easy for us. We have even known the measurements of the bent pyramid for some time. But since we do not understand the language of the age, we can't read the figures. The height of the lower body, for example, 160.996 feet, is the square root of 25,920. It's grid latitude. Another classic example of this simplicity is found in Mexico at the well-known Chichen Itza site, home of the celebrated Kukulkan Pyramid, long famous for its 365 steps. 91 on each of its 4 sides, with the top of the pyramid being the 365th step. Historians see it all as artistic excess on behalf of the builders, but that is erroneous. They built only what was necessary. Study Kukulkan from above. What do we see? Do we not see a 4-sided pyramid with 4 staircases, 9 terraces, and 365 steps? Basically, that's all we need to explain why it is where it is. Simply multiply the numbers shown to find its grid longitude to the west of the Great Pyramid. This meridian crosses right over its summit. And only about an inch from the grid longitude mandated by the code. As explained in my earlier presentations, the number 365 has no more meaning in the code than it does in referring to the calendar. There is no 365-day year and never has been. Today the year is 365.2422 days long and is growing. When this matrix was mapped out thousands of years ago, the year was 365.020081 days long, and that's the number we have to use here. It results in a slightly higher value for Kukulkan's grid longitude, and the very same number which fixes the grid longitude of Stonehenge. But be that as it may, either figure, 52560 or 52562.8, keys the actual West Giza longitude of the Kukulkan. Here again, the monument shows us where it is on our maps. The same can be said of another pre-Hispanic monument, which shows an observer the number 365. This one is at El Tajín in Veracruz, the celebrated Pyramid of the 365 Niches, locally known as Los Niches. Its sides are decorated with small, square cubby holes, 365 of them. Again, they are thought to have had a ceremonial significance, one niche for each day of the year. Can Los Niches speak like Kukulkan did? "60 steps climbing up its 60-foot-high facade, 6 terraces, 365 niches. Multiply them. Anyone care to guess the West Giza longitude of this pyramid?" Then we have this one, the so-called Pyramid of the Magicians at Uxmal in Mexico. The only round-cornered pyramid the Maya ever built. At least, it's the only one we've found to date. Can we figure out why? Yes, but not from this angle. It has to be done from above, looking down, in order that we may appreciate its base plan. A square with rounded corners. Go ahead, give it a try. I'm willing to bet a used pop bottle cap that some of you have a pretty good handle on it already. Do we not see rounded corners, which suggest a circle? Do we not also see straight sides, as in a square? Does it therefore not suggest that we square the circle? What happens when we square the common 360-degree circle? We find 129,600, which encodes the West Giza longitude of the Pyramid of the Magicians, 120 degrees, 54 minutes, 20 seconds. Not so difficult. So our dim-witted progenitors were quite adept with math and maps. They could accurately plot longitudes anywhere on Earth. And latitudes. And they spared no effort to leave this message for us. And they left it everywhere, so we wouldn't miss it. And for centuries now, we intelligent modern people have been looking at these monuments, scratching our heads over who built them and how, violating them in an endless search for gold, jewels, and bones. Even restoring them for the tourist trade. We've written reams upon reams of analysis explaining their purpose, while standing on them or in them, completely unable to see them for what they are. Time capsules from great teachers.
Those monuments serve to introduce us, to alert us to the presence of knowledge in remote antiquity, and they did so by showing us simple numbers and geometric constants. The use of the pi ratio wasn't once involved, but that was level 1 of their matrix. Now we go to the next level. Out at the Cahokia site in Illinois, the largest mound complex in all of North America, the ancient builders once raised what we loosely call a Woodhenge. Located some 3,000 feet to the west of Munck's Mound, Woodhenge consisted of huge logs, some 2 feet in diameter, all raised and stood on end. In all, the builders placed a total of 48 of these hernia-sized logs in a circle 410 feet in diameter, or about 4 times wider than England's Stonehenge. While they may have preferred logs at Cahokia over the 20-ton stone blocks used at Stonehenge, be assured you have not suffered true fatigue until you've tried to shoulder a log 2 feet in diameter and 20 to 30 feet long. They take 5 men and a dog just to roll, let alone lift. Anyway, someone, Hopewells or whomever, somehow managed to manhandle 48 of these logs into an impressive circle. Why 48? 48 posts, a 360-degree circle, yeah, they knew degrees, and pi. And we find that figure which actually shows us Woodhenge's latitude north of the equator. Now, if we do not use the pi ratio against Woodhenge's 48 posts, we wind up too far to the south, well clear of everything, barely on the fringe of Cahokia itself. But add in pi, and our parallel crosses right over the center of Woodhenge. And that's why the 48 posts were necessary in the Woodhenge, to show us where it is. Another circular monument whose position was oriented to both its form and the pi ratio is England's Silbury Mound, or Silbury Hill, the largest man-made mound in Europe. 550 feet in diameter at the base, 131 feet high, and presenting a consistent slope angle of 30 degrees. But rather than being a true cone, the builders gave it a flat top. A round flat top. I like it when they do that. It simplifies things. Let's see now. 2 circles, one at the base, the other at the top. That's 2 360-degree circles, or 720 degrees. Consistent slope angle of 30 degrees. And pi. A parallel of latitude drawn at precisely 51 degrees 24 minutes and 55.43 seconds crosses right over the center of Silbury. Again, the pi ratio was required in addition to its visual message. Code buffs will recognize this figure, 67858.4, which encodes the latitude of Silbury because they've seen it before. It was also used to position the large Khephren pyramid at Giza. The British have been looking at the Silbury a lot longer than we Americans have been looking at our mounds. Why have they not explained Silbury by now? Why did this colonial have to do it? I'd much rather go fishing.
They seem content only to measure it, or dig holes in it in a search for whatever. Well, listen up, blokes. Dig all you want, because you won't find anything in it. Silbury falls under the category of a significant mound. What does that mean? As we already know, Silbury is the largest mound anywhere in Europe. Significant. Let me show you what that means to the global matrix system. When we divide Silbury's grid latitude by its grid longitude, we get the value of its coordinate intersect, or CI. As members of a largely literary culture, most people today are not comfortable trying to memorize long numbers, especially irrational numbers. So let's apply some algebraic law and give this value the letters SCI for Silbury's coordinate intersect. SCI, 720 degrees and 30 degrees. The product shows a number which encodes still another set of coordinates, which are easily memorized. 38, 39, 37. Almost poetic. 38, 39, 37.14. There they are again, on Munck's Mound at Cahokia, Illinois, North America's largest mound. Speaking directly to Europe's largest mound, or vice versa. Significant to significant. Another level of the matrix I shall get into later on. We haven't found anything in Munck's Mound, so you shall find nothing in the Silbury. Something else I should point out while we are back here at Cahokia. Count up all the 90-degree corner angles on this archaeologically restored model of Munck's Mound. If you counted 20, you are correct. In the language of the code, that becomes 20 pi. Notice also that it has 4 terraces. That's 4 pi. Multiplied, 20 pi and 4 pi become 789.568, or 789 and a half. I am assured by the Illinois State Museum at Springfield that the original width of Munck's Mound was 790 feet, plus or minus 12 inches. Munck's shows us its original measurements. Who needs rulers? Thank you, Silbury. No, it isn't Silbury again, though there is some resemblance, but only from this angle. Flat-topped, 30-degree slope. The difference is that this mound is in Mexico, at a place called La Venta. There's another difference, too. It isn't a circle and never was. It is a series of ridges and gullies which radiate downward from the flattened summit. In all, 10 of each. And it has been verified. The gullies were deliberately made. They are not the result of natural erosion. Ten ridges, 10 gullies, 30-degree slope. And, of course, the pi ratio. And presto. Its latitude north of the equator. Notice something else here, namely the small ramp that extends off toward the northwest on an azimuth of 343.7 degrees. Those numbers link to the code, because 343.77 just happens to be exactly 6 radian. Anyway, this azimuth, when given to the 10 ridges and 10 gullies of the La Venta pyramid, eagerly provide us with this monument's longitude to the west of the Great Pyramid. Its CI, or grid point, then, has a value of 36.475626. How does it speak to the global matrix? When we take the time to multiply it by the grid latitude of Stonehenge, 21,600 as shown earlier, it becomes the volume of the 360-degree sphere. 787,873.524 cubic degrees. For any who might like to check it, the formula is in red at the bottom. The value for R is the radian from the 360-degree circle. They explained all of this at the Quiquilco Pyramid, which I presented in my earlier release, the code 1994. If Leventa's data comes as a shock to some, history does insist that these pre-Hispanics were ignorant, then prepare for another. The ancient Babylonians are generally credited for having spelled out the first mathematics, and the Greeks are believed to have put the polish on it somewhere between 500 BC and the time of Christ. America's La Venta Pyramid has been formally dated to 500 BC, which means it is most likely much older. Pi, in use in the West, before the time of the Greeks. Sorry, history. These pre-Hispanic deities were mathematical. La Venta is the only surviving mound here. There was once a lot of others, which could be easily seen from its summit. Unfortunately, they went down to our god, oil. Our next pi-oriented mound is in Georgia. It goes by the name Etowah. The Etowah is a mound of respectable size, 333 by 380 feet at the base, and is exceeded in its proportions by very few other North American mounds, such as the 1,037-foot-long Munck's Mound, 670-foot-long Emerald Mound, and eastern New York's 800-foot-long Hoosick Mound. It is about 70 feet high. 4 squared corners at the base, 4 pi, 2 ramps, 2 pi, and 90-degree corners everywhere, 90. And voila, Etowah's latitude and the code value which encodes it. A word of caution if you visit the Etowah site. Stay on the paths. Do not wander off into grassy areas. The rattlesnakes are everywhere. And speaking of snakes, guess what happens when we divide Etowah's grid latitude of 7106.11 by 5? We are left with exactly 1421.223, the number which encodes the latitude of Ohio's Serpent Mound. And notice, please, that it has 5 coils. Now that we have all had our basic training on observations and the use of pi in finding things, we're ready for some graduate work. For this, we return to Guatemala, to a place called Tikal. The subject of this segment is Temple 1, the so-called Temple of the Giant Jaguar. A magnificent pyramid that was built, apparently, by the Maya about 2,000 years ago. Much taller than it is wide, Temple 1 is 154 feet high.
but only 128 feet wide. And would you look at all the numbers it shows? Well, it looks like we shall be here for a while. I discussed the peripheral pyramid's position in the matrix, in my previous video entitled Matrix West, but I did not explain how to find its position in the grid. That time has now come. With so many of them in evidence, the emphasis here is obviously on the 90-degree corner angle, of which there are many. And when the ancient architect goes to such extremes in order to show them to us, it's best that we pay very close attention. Notice the indentations at the corners of this Temple 1's bottom terrace. In all, there are 24 such 90-degree corners at ground level, and 24 more on top of the terrace. That's 48 on each terrace. Then they stacked 8 more of them on top of it, for a total of 9 terraces. As such, they gave this pyramid a grand total of 432 of these 90-degree corners. .432 by 90 makes Temple 1's corners worth 38,880. Okay, what's the next most obvious number shown by the architect? The staircase, of course, and one staircase on 9 terraces equals 10 facial features. Very obvious facial features. Factor that into our formula, and then apply the pi ratio. Which encodes Temple 1's longitude to the west of Giza's Great Pyramid. It answers only to pi, hence becomes another pi pyramid. I went on to explain why Temple 1 should be called the peripheral pyramid, because unlike Tikal's other pyramids, this one faces west. To answer the Great Pyramid's prime meridian, the long way around the earth. (239 degrees, 14 minutes, and 36.98 seconds) to its east, and keeps its back to the east, thereby being west of the Great Pyramid by 120 degrees, 45 minutes, 22.91 seconds. Both answer the very same figure for its grid longitude. And we like to think of these ancient builders as primitive and without knowledge, stupid sun worshippers. There, history, ethnology, anthropology, archaeology. Checkmate. Let's see you get out of that one. You've been looking for our roots. Behold, here they are. They're time capsules, just boiling over with easily decipherable information. We don't have to dig for the answers. They're right out there in the open, for all to see. So very simple. When I began searching for the answers as to why the world's pyramids are where they are back in the early 1980s, metrology was the last thing in my mind. The reason for that came from my having read well into the subject over previous years and found ancient metrology to be a hopeless shambles of disorder. The Hebrew cubit over time varied from as little as 16 of our modern inches to as many as 25.2 inches. Egyptian cubits varied from 17.7 to 20.67 inches. The Roman cubit was 20.76 inches, Babylonian cubit 20.88,
Zimbabwe cubit, 20.64, and so on. No common ground between any, and no constants. I let it go after reading a conclusion by General Sir Charles Warren that the geometric standards of measure in use amongst the ancients were nearly identical with those of the present day. Yeah, right, I reasoned. If the earliest written records show this much confusion in metrology, we will never find the original base. It's gone. But as my own search of the pyramid code system advanced, I began finding clear references to our own English 12-inch foot and 5,280-foot mile. And time after time after time. It didn't make any sense, because the British didn't legalize our 5,280-foot statute mile until 1593 A.D., and all the pyramids were built before that. So what was I seeing here? Had archaeocryptography found the original metrology? Here, atop Tikal's peripheral pyramid, the 24.9015-foot depth of the temple shows a perfect numerical match to the Earth's 24,901.5-mile equatorial circumference. A clear reference to the modern 5,280-foot mile. Next, and also presented earlier, is the message from Temple 2 here at Tikal. Its message was encoded in its stairway. "59 steps, divided into 2 separate staircases. The visual message is obvious. Divide 59 by 2, which results in 29.5, or 29.5. The width of the staircase at ground level is 29.5 feet. No, some will argue, that refers to the 29.5-day lunar cycle. Well, that's no argument, because its width is still 29.5 feet, and the builders of Temple 2 went to a lot of trouble to show us 59 numbers divided by 2. Call it the lunar cycle if you wish, but it's still 29.5 feet. And what could be clearer than the 60 steps which climb the facade of 60-foot-high Los Niches at El Tahin? The 12-inch foot again. 1 step for every foot. Then we have Temple 4 at Tikal, with its 15.49-foot-high terraces, answering the 15.49-degree azimuth of everything at Teotihuacan, and its 72.6-degree slope angle. 72.66 is the square root of 5,280, the foot and the mile. Then, too, we have its West Giza longitude of 120 degrees, 45 minutes, 48.6693, 4411 seconds. The final aspect, echoing precisely the 48.6693, 4411 foot radius of far-off Stonehenge. And let's not forget how the grid latitude of the Sun Pyramid at Teotihuacan, when divided by pi, comes back at 7441.506402 feet, the exact area of Stonehenge, in terms of 12-inch feet. Then divide that result by the 15.4919-degree azimuth of Teotihuacan and wind up with 480.3471728 feet, the original height of the Great Pyramid. Feet again. Next we have Poverty Point's huge earthen concentrics, which have shown us a figure for its diameter at 3,950 feet. 1 foot for every mile of the Earth's polar radius, foot and mile both. But it's no real problem for a master suppressionist to dispose of any of the preceding by simply asserting that all of these field measurements are wrong.
So let's set up another checkmate, shall we? Kukulkan does this for us, in part. 90-degree right angles everywhere. And it's 365 steps, which we now know to represent the figure 365.020081. The derivative here is 4.055778, a figure which any better modern calculator can show as being the tangent of 7,123.85068. Kukulkan explained the first part. Back in 1993, the U.S. Geological Survey explained the second part. I sent the exact coordinates of Kukulkan and the Great Pyramid off to the National Geodetic Survey in Silver Spring, Maryland, and asked their computers to plot me the exact surface distance over the Earth which separates these two pyramids. I further asked that they provide the figure back to me in terms of 5,280-foot statute miles. And this is how it came back, 7,123.8. This 7,123.8 mile line from the Kukulkan vectors itself on the Great Pyramid, or vice versa. The tangent to mile message here is so obvious that no further explanation is really necessary. And that's only the beginning. For the terminally skeptical, I would like to add the following. This tangent from the Kukulkan was also utilized as a square root. You see, its square is 16.44934. And that is what the eye on the human face at Poverty Point sees when it looks at Florida's huge Panther Mound, 806.52 statute miles away, wearing a tangent of 16.44934. So put all the cubits, kilometers, and Roman miles away. They are clearly degenerated from an original foot-mile metrology that antedates everything we've ever found in the written record for ancient metrology. Remember, it doesn't take too much to change any metrological unit. The crooks and the mighty have been doing so since as far back as the written record is able to reach. Whatever best serves an existing system will be activated, and one doesn't have to read very far into ancient metrology to see it. It's recorded as far back as the time of Solon, circa 550 BC. It was he who, for political reasons, tried to impose a system of measures based upon the sextarial system. But the people liked the system they were using. It was working. The battle continued for a few hundred years after Solon went into transition. But the establishment ultimately won when drastic steps were taken to completely eliminate the existing metrological system from the memory of the people. It's been going on ever since and shows no sign of letting up. It's just a matter of time before the foolish metric system is force-fed to the lot of us, and the foot and mile will disappear. And Maller's measurement for Temple 1 will be the only one permitted, 759 centimeters. Temple 1 will go silent again. And the steps on Temple 2 will refer only to the moon. Regrettably, there are those who would dearly love that. Keep the secrets of the pyramids shrouded in mystery. Let no one know truth. So, best we find out what we can while we can. As for pi, well, they won't be able to dispose of that by passing a law. Pi, the key to a higher level in the matrix. Yet how are we to distinguish between the rational pyramid and the irrational pi pyramid? Do we look for summits that were built off-center? Mounds of unusual shape, like this cross mound at Tarleton, Ohio? An abundance of right angles in a ground plan? Certain effigy mounds? Wildly corrupted designs? It requires a well-trained eye. But for they who haven't figured it out, there is another way. A much more difficult way. Dig 'em. Gut 'em. And when they refuse to give up any human bones, well, the odds are that's a pi monument. Excluding, of course, intrusive burials. The Serpent Mound is a good example. Nothing there, just dirt. How do we know it's a pi monument? Because of its grid latitude, 1421.223. It's one of those constants they used, but which we have never heard of, a pi multiplex. But how is one to glean such a pi multiplex from this mound? After all, it has no terraces, no 90-degree corners, no stairs, no temples, no on-site clues. We cannot see pi here because we weren't supposed to. The serpent belongs to still another level of the code. In that level, one must be in possession of Giza data. For example, the Mycerinus Pyramid. It was originally 226.194 feet high, that figure being best remembered as 72 pi. The Egyptologists don't know it yet, and I dare say they will not care to, but the Mycerinus was a true miniature of the Great Pyramid, another 3D model of pi and double pi, which means that when we multiply its 72 pi height by double pi, it will become the length of its perimeter baseline. 1,421.223 feet. 12-inch feet. But the grid latitude of the Serpent Mound shows the same thing. The 12-inch foot, once again, being transferred outward into the global grid system itself. We have much to learn at Giza, and we should learn it because the ancients knew it, and we don't want them being smarter than us. For example, notice the longitude of the central Khafre Pyramid, 11.77245 seconds to the west of the Great Pyramid. That figure was known all over the ancient world. They even left us the proof. For example, it was the reason why Stonehenge and the Serpent Mound are where they are, separated by 3,865.14 statute miles. The tangent of which is Khafre's longitude. So don't mess with the snakes. And let's try to protect this one, despite the fact that those charged with its care have recently lost their funding. England protects Stonehenge as a national treasure. It is only fitting that we do as much for Ohio's Serpent Mound, indeed, all of the aboriginal monuments which were bequeathed to us by the primitives, who, as it turns out, were better advised in a number of high sciences than we are. Pi, cryptography, metrology, tangents keyed to distances.
and state-of-the-art global positioning. Clearly, this long-lost culture placed more value on knowledge than life itself, and they went to absolute extremes to ensure that those of the future, maybe us, would find our rightful inheritance. The choice is ours. We can ignore it, stay where we are, or learn from it. The pyramids are ours once again. Until next time, then, I thank you. In my previous videos, I introduced the magnificent code system involving the world's pyramids, mounds, maps, and numbers. It all ran the spectrum from simplicity to apparent confusion, as it was supposed to. No one can design a top-secret communication system and leave it right out in the open for everyone to see and trip over, unless it is carefully arranged to confuse the undisciplined mind. And the key to that was numbers. Why numbers? Because most people don't like them and prefer to avoid them. Even worse, the undisciplined mind can assert meanings to numbers that can look logical, but be something else. And it does happen. For example, from the ancient science of gematria come a host of well-organized rational numbers, sacred numbers, which few people understand. A few are shown here. For example, 144 and 432. The 432 being 3 times 144. Other of these numbers, such as 54, 96, or 2160, while they are often considered sacred, are not gematrian. But when one looks closely, all of these numbers can be found. For example, one of these gematrian holy numbers, 144, was used in grid positioning of certain pyramids, among them the bent pyramid of Seneferu at Dashur and the smaller El Kula pyramid, both of which are in Egypt. But why? Presently unknown. Although gematrian scholars are unanimous in their beliefs that the number 144 means light. Again, why? If the El Kula and bent pyramids do represent light, why don't they light up for us, or at least glow? Where's the switch that turns them on? A frequency, perhaps? A musical note? Maybe from a trumpet or a host of trumpets? What will it take to prove the gematrians' theories or belief systems, or to disprove them? Even the higher gematrian number of 432 was used in the pyramid grid system, its representative being the so-called false pyramid at Meidum, Egypt. It is called false because it isn't all there anymore, apparently having collapsed because its outer casing stones lie in a heap of rubble at its base. Why? Faulty construction techniques? That I will never believe. More likely it was something else. Something probably deliberate. If frequency and vibration are somehow representative of gematrian numbers, it might have been a sustained musical note that shook this pyramid apart. You know, like the frequency that tore the Tacoma Narrows Bridge apart about a half-century ago. Wow. If that's the case, then it was probably a good idea to have established our standard A note in music at 440 vibrations per second rather than 432. There's no telling what our loud rap music might have been able to do to these ancient monuments. On the other hand, there are many levels to the code, and any numbers it uses could, and frequently do, have multiple meanings and intent, and may not be what some folks think they should be. Another anciently used number was 96. Considered sacred to some, it is not gematrian, but it was used on one of the pyramids at Tikal in Guatemala. This one is known as Temple 1, the Temple of the Giant Jaguar. It is taller than it is wide at its base. Steeper are its sides than any pyramid ever built in Egypt. And on its face or facade are 96 steps. What do they mean? Nothing apparent, even to a number cruncher, unless multiplied by some other number. Hence, they can be made to say almost anything we want them to, according to one's belief system or imagination. But in order to find the intended meaning of Temple 1's 96, we must get into the architect's mind. How do we do that today? He's been dead for centuries. We'll have to study his pyramid logic, and that of the global matrix to which he was responsible. Now here's the kicker. Once we do that properly, the pyramids of the global matrix system become as the individual pages of an encyclopedia. And its first chapter deals with Earth history. One-third of the way around the Earth, to the west of the Giza Prime Meridian, is the original 120th meridian. Between it and the 121st meridian are a number of aboriginal pyramid sites, ranging from the far north down into Central America. They include Rock Lakes Pyramids in Wisconsin, Uxmal in Mexico, Tikal in Guatemala, Copan in Honduras. Of this group, the largest of the pyramids involved are those at Tikal, including Temple 1. The most unusual site within this narrow band is Rock Lake and its several submerged pyramids. Now, why would anyone, bother building stone pyramids in a natural depression and, upon completing them, deliberately flood the site with the water that makes up modern Rock Lake? Unless they are trying to explain something to us, which we're unable to see or find. Notice that the code's grid latitudes for both Rock Lake's Delta Mound and Tikal's Temple 1 are identical, 2788.548. Rock Lake's Delta Mound, then, is referring the investigator directly to Temple 1. Something in or on Temple 1 is somehow significant to an as yet unclear scenario. But what is it? Pay close attention to the code's logic here. Rock Lake's pyramids are all submerged and therefore difficult to investigate. Such work requires scuba gear. Tikal, conversely, is high and dry and easily studied. Does this combination of Rock Lake and Tikal provide certain data toward the rediscovery of some other submerged ancient site somewhere? And if so, where is it? It's in the west, in the direction that Temple 1 faces, at Tikal. West to the Pacific Ocean, Hawaii, Japan, and beyond. But what's out there? Those 96 steps on its facade will explain. They face westward, the long way back to the prime meridian at Giza. So take the problem to Giza, and from there, come back eastward from Giza, a total of 96 meridians,
to the Ryukyu Islands southwest of Japan. On our modern maps, that would be 127 degrees east of Greenwich, but that doesn't concern us here. It is right here, at 96 degrees and 45 minutes to the east of Giza, where scuba divers have recently found temples submerged beneath the waters of the Pacific Ocean. The 96 steps on Temple 1's westward-facing facade then directly convert to meridians. They weren't just numbers to crunch. They have deliberate meaning. Yet why do these Lemurian ruins go over to 96 degrees 45 minutes? Why not exactly 96 degrees as Temple 1's steps indicate? Tikal itself was not built at exactly 120 degrees west Giza longitude. It is found at 120 degrees and 45 minutes. Temple 1's 96 steps show us the 96 degrees position of Okinawa's submerged ruins. Tikal itself explains the 45 minutes. A simple scenario, what? Tikal's Temple 1, high and dry, taps the logic from Rock Lake submerged pyramids and transmits it westward in the direction it faces to explain where to find those submerged ruins off Okinawa. Magnificent. So if we ever wish to find the fabled lost continents of the past, well, now we know how it's done. Earth history, and beautifully recorded through numbers and maps, not moldy or flaking charts showing X marks the spot, too primitive in concept. Besides, why should the ancients have written anything to us on parchments of any kind? They were very well aware that such documents would never survive to reach us because time is not kind to mediums of that nature. It was far more logical for them to have used our maps. So always count the steps on Western pyramids. They can be quite informative. And it sure beats excavating ancient sites for broken ceramics and arrowheads and then writing erroneous historical concepts around them. Okay, so much for Tikal's Temple 1. Next, notice that right in front of it, across the plaza, is Temple 2, which faces east. Temple 1 faces west and found Lemurian ruins by way of its 96 steps. Does it not follow that Temple 2, facing east, could find the sunken temples of Atlantis? All we should need is a step count, right? Short, squat, east-facing Temple 2, the Temple of the Masks, shows us a total of 59 steps on its facade. In keeping with Temple 1's logic, these 59 steps have to mean 59 meridians, this time to the west of Giza. On modern maps, that would be some 28 degrees west of Greenwich, or nearly on top of the cruiser seamount, just off to the east of the Atlantis fracture zone on the mid-Atlantic ridge. What's out there at that zip code? Half-mile deep ocean, the bottom being far too deep for scuba divers. Further, the isostatic equilibrium in this region is about as stable as a politician's promise. What was once up above water went down and won't stay down. Back in 1882, a ship named the Jesmond was making a routine trip from the Med over to New Orleans when it suddenly encountered an unknown, dripping wet landmass in its path. It wasn't a mirage either, because some of the crew longboated their way over to it for a look-see. They even gathered up some artifacts. The Jesmond's skipper logged a strange account, and with it, its coordinates, 28 degrees, 40 minutes west Greenwich.
May I remind everyone that a ship's log is a legal document and will stand up in any court in the world. On the Jesmond's return trip, that landmass was gone. 28 degrees, 40 minutes west Greenwich converts to 59 degrees, 48 minutes west of Giza on original maps, or within 3 miles of Temple II's call. The Jesmond found a chunk of Atlantis. Another of Tikal's pyramids is Temple 5, seen here in a strictly conceptual view because, well, all those steps you see on its facade aren't there anymore. Indeed, they'd been gone since before the 19th century when Mahler first studied Tikal. Somewhere along its trek through time, its staircase let go and collapsed into a heap of rubble at the pyramid's base. Ruined though it is, notice that Temple 5 faces north, on an azimuth which runs right between Temple 1 and Temple 2. With Temple 1 addressing Lemuria to the west and Temple 2 Atlantis to the east, it causes one to wonder what Temple 5 is trying to show us up north. Ancient Hyperborea, perhaps? Or possibly data concerning the latitudes of Lemuria and Atlantis. Possible. Remember, Temples 1 and 2 spoke of longitudes. The record must likewise refer us to latitudes in some way. Maybe following the restoration of Temple 5, if ever. So we're not done yet. How's your knowledge of ancient sites? Want to test it? It is probably the oldest pyramid site on Earth. No one knows when it was built or who built it. And when formal history speaks of it, the more interesting facts are all too frequently omitted. It is known only as pre-Inca in origin, and we're not even sure who they were. 1 culture, 3, 10, going back far beyond time. It is Bolivia's ancient site, Tiwanaku. Its most puzzling artifact by far is the so-called Gate of the Sun, or Del Sol, the largest single block sculpture ever found. Standing some 7 feet tall, 13.5 feet wide, and 18 inches thick. The whole thing was somehow sculpted from a single block of andesite, which, as every geologist knows, is the hardest terrestrial rock there is. This stuff is so hard you need carbon steel to even scratch its surface. But there it is, intricately carved to within an inch of its life. But with what? Nobody, Inca or pre-Inca alike, had any steel tools at their disposal, ever, according to history. Copper tools is the limit of Aboriginal technology, and they were definitely not used on this. We moderns can duplicate this kind of fancy art, but we require a laser to do it. So who carved the Gate of the Sun? Why? How? And when? What history does not say, because it isn't even aware of it yet, is the fact that Tiwanaku itself offers a very interesting clue as to Del Sol's probable age. Like most pyramids in South America, the Acapana is today a complete wreck, dug into by treasure hunters, and its flanks have had all of their intricately carved facing stones stripped away, broken up, and put to use as roadbed for a railroad. Little more than a heap of rubble today, the Akapana Pyramid is very notable for several very obvious reasons. First, it is the most easterly of all the super pyramids in the Western Hemisphere. There's nothing between it and Egypt's pyramids. Secondly, it is the most southerly of all the super pyramids in the West. Nothing south of it. Third, the reason why it is where it is. But before I get into that, we need a crash course on a science known as paleomagnetism. For those unfamiliar with the term, it is the science which studies the intensity and direction of residual magnetism in ancient rock. Through it, we know where the poles used to be and how long they were there. Volcanic lavas exhibit a remnant magnetism in magnetite, which, when cooled and hardened, will indicate polar direction at the time of a volcano's eruption. This science has been able, using this methodology, to locate our former North Poles over a considerable period of time. Notice that the North Pole of today has only been where it is for the past 12,000 years, or from about 10,000 years before Christ. The previous North Pole was 30 degrees further south at Canada's Akpatak Island in Ungava Bay, northern Quebec, or at 60 degrees latitude on today's maps. Paleomagnetism is a recent science, not yet a century old, but someone knew it long before we did. Someone among all those finger-counting aboriginal degenerates took it upon themselves to align both the former and present poles on a common meridian which reaches all the way down to Tiwanaku. Then they built Tiwanaku to mark it for us or anyone else who might wish to study Earth history in the remote past. I know this will go down hard in academia, but map facts are map facts. No other major pyramids between Tiwanaku and Giza, and none on the Tiwanaku polar meridian. The same may be said for the other side of the Earth. Continuing this meridian from Tiwanaku up across the present and former North Pole, and down the other side of the Earth exactly 180 degrees of longitude away, the supposing meridian crosses down over Siberia and Mongolia, closely following the north-south border between China's Shenxi and Shanxi provinces, right past China's pyramid fields near Sian. Like Mexico, China has its super high-rise pyramids too, though there they are thought of simply as the man-made tombs of their ancient landlords, their pharaohs. I wonder where they caught that from. This gradually eroding monster is about 200 feet high, like the Sun Pyramid at Teotihuacan in Mexico. Here, as with the other side of the world, no other pyramids are known on this meridian all the way up to the North Pole. With no pyramids on this meridian between Tiwanaku and north, China and north, these two widely separated sites share something in common. China's Sian is very ancient, having been founded 3,200 years ago. How much older it is beyond the reach of records. But we do know that Sian is 3,200 years old, and sharing this common meridian with Tiwanaku, its virtual geographical opposite, does it not follow that Tiwanaku is at least as old? Rather than the 2,000-year age Western historians assert for it. Were Tiwanaku's unknown builders aware of China's pyramids? Were the builders of China's pyramids aware of Tiwanaku? If there is a connection, where do we find it? Here's the Tiwanaku polar Chinese meridian again. Remembering that we are working here entirely with longitudes, which were based upon a prime meridian at Giza's Great Pyramid, Tiwanaku's longitude was then 99 degrees, 48 minutes, 17.36 seconds west, and its opposite Chinese meridian was 80 degrees, 11 minutes, 42.63 seconds to the east. My earlier videos were predominantly math-oriented. In this video, it was my intent to avoid the math. I'm making a necessary exception here because, well, everybody's just got to see this. Reckoning from Siam's pyramids in China, their nearest neighbors off to the east are those recently found Lemurian temples off Okinawa. Earlier, Tikal's Temple 1 gave us their position at 96 degrees, 45 minutes, 03.87 seconds to the east of Giza. By applying this to the Tiwanaku polar China meridian seen here, we find a message concerning it from Lemuria. Notice also that I am not working here with grid longitudes, but rather actual longitudes reckoned from the Great Pyramid's prime meridian. First, we have the meridian northward from Tiwanaku at 99:48:17 west, which, as it reaches the North Pole, becomes 80:11:42 east and drops across China, or that region where the Lemurians migrated to. The arithmetic is 5th grade simple. Simply subtract China from Lemuria. The result here becomes the latitude of Tiwanaku on the other side of the Earth. 16 degrees, 33 minutes, and 21.235 seconds south. Take the map of Tiwanaku. Box in its known ruins, from the Kalasasaya up here down to the Pumapunka. And our parallel of latitude lays right over the box. Now then, in keeping the egg before the chicken, which site is known to be older? Those submerged Lemurian ruins off Okinawa, or Tiwanaku? Lemuria existed well back into the Akpatak Ice Age. But when did it fall from accounting? According to Colonel James Churchward, it sank 8,060 years ago in a cataclysm. But did it all go down at once? Did fragments survive? The fact that these ruins off Okinawa had their longitude recorded in the 96 steps of Tikal's Temple 1, and that their position figures in prominently in the preceding geomath, certainly seems to indicate that the submerged ruins were something very special, like maybe the last political gasp of Lemuria, its final capital. The largest monument found off Okinawa so far is some 262 feet long. Its summit is 16 feet below the surface of the ocean, like that so-called Bimini Road in the Bahamas. And the ground upon which this temple sets is 65.6 feet deep. 65.6 feet? Did the long-lost Lemurians know how deeply this monument would be covered by 65.6 feet of water by the time we got here? Remember Tikal's Temple 5 with its fallen staircase? Well, as Mallory excavated the rubble, he found the bottom step and measured it at 65.6 feet in length. And that's feet, not cubits, reeds, or meters, our own 12-inch feet. How could they have known? Working only with what is known of this particular temple, and discarding the traditions of cataclysms briefly, what is known of Earth history can be somewhat revealing. During the peak of the Akpatak Ice Age, the world's oceans were some 450 feet lower than they are today. This data, furnished by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, came with a graph showing the speed at which the ocean basins refilled with water as the great glaciers began to melt. Using it as a guide, this Lemurian temple finally went under about 5,000 years ago, and the land upon which it stands went under about 7,000 years ago. That flooded all the flower beds and parking lots, and the priests had to start wearing hip boots in order to get to work. Going back 8,060 years to that point in time where Churchward dates the end of Lemuria, the oceans were still down some 88 feet. Hence, at that time, this temple was only some 22 feet above sea level, and its days were numbered, a good time to leave Lemuria. So going by no more than this temple became swamped about 7,000 years ago. As it is obvious that it was not built as the waves bathed the feet of the builders, the construction itself has to be far older than 7,000 years. Its position was then used to designate the latitude of far-off Tiwanaku, by way of the meridian math already seen here. Hence, Tiwanaku is 1, at least 7,000 years old, and 2, resulted from a Lemurian mandate, not pre-Incan. Its maximum possible age is easy to call. This Tiwanakan polar China meridian bears upon the locations of both the past and present North Poles. Our present North Pole can be dated by paleomagnetism to no more than 12,000 years. And since this beautiful meridian could not have been laid out without it, Tiwanaku can be no more than 12,000 years old. In his academically ignored work, Churchward told us that Easter Island marked the southern boundary of ancient Lemuria. Is there a way we can demonstrate this? Sure, several. If you happen to have a globe of the Earth handy, draw a straight line over it from Giza, the grid central of remote antiquity, all the way westward to Easter Island. This line will, of course, cross South America, specifically across those mysterious plains of Nazca in Peru, and all of its lines and designs which no one has yet been able to figure out. One of the more interesting displays at Nazca is this one, the so-called Great Triangle. Now notice those several parallel lines that flow eastward from its west side. Why do they all point over toward Giza in Egypt? Let's take a closer look at the Great Triangle, shall we? The lines and designs at Nazca were made by two methods. Some were grooves cut into the pampa, while others were laid out by placing stones in rows. The Great Triangle is among the largest geometrics at Nazca. What makes the Great Triangle so unique there are those several parallel lines which point over toward Giza. What's the message here? No one has been able to figure it out, despite an endless line of top mathematicians, archaeologists, and archaeoastronomers. Their best theories fail. But suppose I told you that any 8th grader worth a C- can read the message here if he or she simply concentrates. See it? It's all the lines, isn't it? Like trying to find a single tree in a forest. Okay, let's dispose of all the lines outside the triangle, except for the two which interrupt all the parallel lines. There, that's better. We cut out the rest of the forest. Now the numbers are evident. 8 parallel lines to the west side. Of these 8 parallels, only 2 were allowed to continue eastward, where they meet 5 parallels. 8, 5, and 2, inside the triangle, where they are divided. The instruction then is to divide. 8 divided by 5 divided by 2 is 0.8. Hold that fractional number in your memory briefly. 0.8. True of any triangle is the fact that it features 180 degrees of corner angles, an average of 60 degrees each. But look again, closely. Notice that this Nazca triangle is actually 2, one within another. What are 2 180-degree triangles? 360 degrees, of course. So why didn't they simply show us a 360-degree circle instead of a triangle? There was a very logical reason for that, as we will understand a bit later. Back into your memory now and retrieve that 0.8 we were just talking about. Then multiply it by the 360 degrees of form, which gave us those numbers 8, 5, and 2. 0.8 multiplied by 360 degrees becomes 288. Now the 60-degree corners in the triangle. 288 times 60? 17,280. The 17,280 encodes the actual latitude of the Great Triangle. 14 degrees, 41 minutes, and 30.104 seconds south latitude. To find the Great Triangle's longitude to the west of the Great Pyramid at Giza, well, the triangle has 3 corners, doesn't it? Multiply its grid latitude of 17,280 by 3 and voila, 51,840, which encodes 106 degrees, 15 minutes, 32.6 seconds, right through the center of the triangle. Which means, of course, that the grid point of Nazca's Great Triangle is 3, like its 3 corners declare. And that's why they had to show us 2 triangles rather than a circle. See? 8th grader material. Very simple. Nazca, then, was not the ancient astronaut spaceport that Van Daniken thought it was. Nor do its many intersecting lines point to this or that star as archaeoastronomers thought. Nor are they pathways for superstitious Indians to follow in order to avoid contact with evil spirits. Nazca is the Rosetta Stone of the pyramid matrix system, and it speaks not to the stars, but to our own terrestrial ancient history, Earth history. But don't just take my word for this. Ask the man. He's there at Nazca too. His name is Manos. And he shows us numbers very carefully, very clearly. But he has no face, hence no eyes, nose, or mouth to count. All he shows are his 9 fingers, 4 in one hand and 5 in the other. And notice that right angle where his head meets his shoulder, a 90-degree right angle. Some can do this in their heads. 90 degrees times 9 times 4 times 5 equals 16,200, the figure which encodes Manos's latitude south of our equator. As for his West Giza longitude, well, that's why he shows us his 2 ears and 2 arms, 4. Multiply his grid latitude 16,200 by 4 and you can have his grid longitude, 64,800, itself encoding 106 degrees, 14 minutes, 43.6 seconds, which is exactly where Mr. Manos stands upon the Earth. Another of Nazca's curious glyphs is the so-called spiral. This spiral rests on top of a great needle. The bottom of this needle reaches the great rectangle. Rectangle on one end and a spiral on the other, both being obviously connected. What is mathematically true of any rectangle? Their corner angles will always total 360 degrees. Our first number then is 360. Next we go up to the spiral on top of the needle. We should enlarge this to have a better look at it. Notice that the spiral is an enigma to the eye, part spiral and partly separate arcs. I should point out here that most references on Nazca will show this spiral as a true spiral. Why they do so, I can't imagine. But what you see here comes from the top. A topographical map drawn up by the Instituto Geográfico Nacional in Lima, Peru, dated 17 June 1993. As most of you know, I work only from the best data sources. Here we see that our spiral enigma shows 2 separate, incomplete arcs on its outside. In all, 4 arcs terminating abruptly at the top, and 2 others vectoring on top of the needle. The formula can be completed in the mind. 360 degrees times 4 times 2, 2,880. Encoded behind this large rational is the actual soft latitude of the spiral, 14 degrees, 40 minutes, and 05.14 seconds. Nazca, the place of the lines and designs. That one place on the earth deemed most suitable for a blackboard capable of getting a written message through time itself. No wind, no rain, no snow, no erosion, and a place so hostile even to vegetation that weeds won't grow. Write something here and it will still be here 1,000 years from now. To read the messages at Nazca, one has to pay close attention, as Manos in the Great Triangle explained. Every detail must be digested. Bold generalities will get you nowhere. We learned this with a spiral, which upon close examination revealed that it is not. Immediately south of the Great Triangle is the Great Rectangle. It too can be decoded. Not all of Nazca's writings are geometrics. There are fish, monkeys, spiders, birds, like the hummingbird here. And the condor, another bird. Be careful with his wing feathers during the decoding process. 6 to the east and only 5 to the west. Birds. Remember those bird men statues on Easter Island? Enough said for now. Don't want to give you too much to think about at once, or it'll confuse, as do all those lines at Nazca. Better to explain the individual trees and let the rest of the forest take care of itself. The decoding of Nazca's writing, the pyramids, mounds, great earthworks, and such, is a rigid discipline, and fun for they who have their heads on straight. There are those who try it and can't do it properly, and that's too bad, because unless it's done right, they will never reach the code's higher levels of knowledge. That's where we leave the numbers behind us, work only with pyramids and maps, like the Tiwanaku-Akvatak polar Chinese scenario just presented. And there are even higher levels, beyond even the pyramid grid system, all the way up to hyperdimensionality itself. Care for a peek? Why not? Coming right up. Is there any such thing as pyramid power? That depends upon one's attitude. Positive people versus negative people. Positive people experimenting on their own find that food placed inside a pyramid-shaped container will last for considerable periods. Do the same with a razor blade, and its edge will stay sharp. Climb up on top of the Great Pyramid at Giza, open a bottle of spirits, hold it up on top of your head, and sparks will be generated. It's actually been done. Negative people? Napoleon once spent a night inside the Great Pyramid. Whatever it was that happened to him that night, he wouldn't discuss with anyone, nor did he ever go back inside. Then, too, the debunkers who tell us that placing food and razor blades inside pyramid-shaped containers will do nothing for them. Attitude. The real power within pyramids is still beyond human understanding, but it's real and it's boundless. It is likewise feared by the powers that be, for when it is finally understood, the world will be a much better place to live in. But it comes under the title of free energy, and the modern world runs on oil. Accordingly, anything that even hints at free energy is taboo, and we don't want it around because there's no way to meter it to the consumer. But free energy is available, and always has been. Indeed, it actually comes under the heading of universal constants. These powers are not as far beyond reach as we might imagine. We're getting closer to them all the time, and many are involved. Hosts of energies still resonating from the Big Bang itself, beyond counting, and they range from the energy needed to grow a tree to that of, well, we're getting tangled up between positive and negative attitudes again, so let me put it another way. To most of us, atom smashing is the epitome of power. There's nothing more potent. But that's a negative concept. The positive attitude knows better, as he or she recognizes the ultimate power to be love, because that's what the Creator used to spark the Big Bang. The Big Bang, a scientific term which some religions want nothing to do with. Attitudes again. This formula from Einstein says it all, for there can be no reality, indeed no creation, without the combination of energy, mass, and light. So when God gave the order, "Let there be light," the frequency or vibration of light brought energy and mass together, and bang, there it was, the entire universe. Now that utterance from the Creator had to be loud enough to be heard from one end of the universe to the other. Ever hear God yell? It had to have sounded like a big bang. You see, again, it's all a matter of attitude, positive versus negative. Love, then, is the most powerful energy of all. Down here at the human level, even we are aware of love, even though few of us fully understand it. As to the lesser energies, many exist which we are unaware of, even when we look right at them. We will review several in this presentation. One of these natural energies is demonstrated by the planets. Jupiter is the most obvious example with its big red spot. Since it was first observed, it has been perceived as a great storm in the upper atmosphere. Then along came Richard Hoagland and his UN briefing, where he announced that that storm wasn't a storm after all, because it didn't wander about as storms are supposed to. This big red phenomena remains at a given latitude of about 19.5 degrees. But if it isn't a storm, what is it? Dick advanced the theory that the big red spot is a hyperdimensional signature of some sort. If he's right, then it's one of those energies we can look right at and not recognize. Well, whatever it is, one thing's for certain. It's the signature of some kind of energy, and that was enough to spark my interest. What holds the big red spot at 19.5 degrees of latitude? Dick went on to point out another planetary curiosity over on the planet Mars. Also at 19.5 degrees of latitude is Olympus Mons, a 5-mile-high inactive volcano. Unlike Jupiter, Mars has no atmosphere and is therefore not as secretive about its surface features. We can see Olympus Mons with our probe cameras. But is its 19.5 degree position only coincidental? The fact that Olympus Mons is inactive doesn't appear to coincide with the active phenomena seen over Jupiter. Then again, Mars is a dead planet. Is it possible that Olympus Mons may have killed it? Mars is a solid planet, while Jupiter is a huge gas bag, incapable of volcano building as we understand it. Yet its big red spot is there for all to see. Conversely, if the Olympus Mons was following some universal mandate, then we do have correlations. An atmospheric signature in Jupiter's clouds, and internal energy volcanism on Mars, both at 19.5 degrees. While the composition of the two planets may differ, the upwelling of energy may not. On Mars it once appeared as lava. On Jupiter it's just a spinning cloud, but they could be the same energy. Okay, let's pick this up where Dick left off. He, along with all other investigators, have overlooked something quite obvious, that being that excluding Bolivia's Acapana Pyramid, all of the super high-rise pyramids of the Western Hemisphere were built between 19 and 20 degrees north of the equator, along our own terrestrial energy belt. The 4 million square foot Sinsunsan Pyramid, the 1.1 million square foot Cholula Pyramid, the Quiquilco Pyramid, the West's only conical supermonument, the entire ancient city of Teotihuacan and its pyramids, and even the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan. Notice also that all of the other Mayan, Olmec, and Toltec sites of consequence occur within only a few degrees of latitude from this natural energy zone. None occur north of the 21st parallel, and none are found south of Copan. That only follows, as to build anything of permanence south of Copan would have been courting disaster, because below that is the Caribbean tectonic plate, and these ancients weren't dumb enough to build on fault zones. These Mexican and Guatemalan pyramid sites are trying to tell us something about the most powerful energies in nature, things that we are not yet aware of. Embarrassing, not? Our grandfathers have forgotten more than we are even able to recognize. We should keep in mind the fact that when the North Pole was down on Akpatak Island in Canada, the Earth was tilted drastically from what we know today. Quite normal to they who lived in those days, but all out of whack by our standards. This is easily demonstrated. The next time you have a spare globe of the Earth handy, there's a little shot project you can do with it. Remove it from its mount and re-drill the North Pole on Canada's Akpatak Island in Ungava Bay. You will have to re-drill the South Pole as well, exactly 180 degrees opposite. It won't be on the Antarctic continent anymore, but rather out in the Indian Ocean. Does the Perry-Reese map of an ice-free Antarctica make a little more sense now? Then put the globe back in its mount and see the true Ice Age world for what it was. When you do, notice that the equator of that period was 30 degrees further south, down in Chile. On the opposite side of the world, it was 30 degrees further to the north. China's pyramid fields, today at 34 degrees of latitude, were then at only 4 degrees, very close to the equator. But of greater interest are how the parallels of latitude then influenced the Middle East. We've all been taught that Ice Age people were savages. No math, no sciences, no sense of order, just a bunch of hunters and berry pickers. Sorry about that. I'm glad I wasn't the one selling all that nonsense to our children. Code buffs have seen this before. The modern map showing the layout of the pyramid fields at Giza. With the Great Pyramid centered at 29 degrees, 58 minutes, 51 seconds north latitude. That's now, today. But when the Akpatak North Pole was the order of the day, and the Earth was tilted as previously shown, guess where the Earth's energy zone was then? Giza. 19.5 degrees north of the Ice Age equator. And Giza's pyramids were already in place, sucking up all the juice. Hey, don't take my word for it. Check it out for yourself. Find a globe of the Earth and measure the distance between Akpatak Island and Giza. 70.5 degrees. Then subtract that from the then 90-degree Akpatak pole. 19.5 degrees will remain. The globe doesn't lie. The maps don't lie. Only history does, with its urging that Egypt's pyramids were built by pharaohs only 4,000 odd years ago. If that had any substance to it, Giza's pyramids would now be down in northern Sudan at our 19.5 degree energy zone. Or about where those virtually unknown Sudanese pyramids are, or used to be. They don't get a lot of publicity these days. Too small, too ruined, and in an out-of-the-way third world country that seems to be getting closer to fourth. Yet, what kind of energy is it that concentrates itself along the 19-degree, 30-minute parallel? Obviously, it is an upwelling from a planet's interior. It is too powerful to be seen here on Earth. Yet over on Jupiter, it's able to punch its way through its crushing gravity and leave its signature in the clouds 200 miles up. On Mars, it seems to have exhausted itself through Olympus Mons. Here on Earth, it's also venting itself through Hawaii's Kilauea volcano, which also situates itself at 19.5 degrees of latitude. Kilauea has been upchucking liquid rock almost continuously now since 1984, as the pent-up energy in our own energy band tries to relieve itself. Is that what happened over on Mars? Did it burn itself out? Are we in for the same scenario over here on Earth? The reason I have to ask that is because of Hawaii's global position. I didn't notice it until I drew the parallels on my Ice Age globe, but Hawaii lies on an intersect with the Ice Age 20th parallel. The only other place this happens is over in the African nation of Niger. 20 degrees north, then and now. Hawaii, then, has been basking in this 19.5 degree energy belt not only for 12,000, but for 48,000 years, back to the beginning of the Akpatak Ice Age. Hence, has to be one of the most powerful energy points on Earth, or weakest, depending upon one's viewpoint. But Kilauea does show us something that we've all missed: anti-gravity in motion. All of the Earth's volcanoes have erupted at one time or another, or they wouldn't be there. But those located in the 19.5 degree energy band may be trying to tell us something extra special. If volcanoes can show us anti-gravity by throwing up liquid rock, shouldn't it be possible to so lift solid rock? There are oral traditions of such back in antiquity, and they're still maintained today. Along the Ice Age energy belt, as it ran across Giza, we have all those 2 to 20-ton stone blocks in its pyramids, and we haven't yet figured out how they were moved. Just our own primitive belief systems involving wooden rollers and ramps. Only 1 degree to the north, on the Ice Age globe, is Lebanon and its Baalbek site. Same problem in understanding. There we find the largest dressed stone ever discovered. It weighs an estimated 2,000 tons. Even we can't move it. This energy band, during the Ice Age, when the equator was down toward the bottom of South America, was very close to sacred Inca sites like Cuzco and Sacsayhuaman, where we find all those great cyclopean stones. Surviving legends insist that they were all floated into position by the gods. Gods? Maybe aliens? It was far more likely that our own human ancestors did this. Why, when our dogmatized minds come up against something we can't understand or figure out, we seem compelled to blame it on extraterrestrials. There are unconfirmed reports of shamans who are able to float rocks with sound today, over in India and Burma, near our modern 19.5 degree belt. So if these disciplined modern men can do it today, why not in the remote past? Forget this alien nonsense. Not that I reject the possibility of their actual existence, but I'm sure they had better things to do than drop by our world and build monuments for us. It's illogical. As this ancient 19.5 energy band ran westward across the wide Pacific Ocean, it likewise came close to another puzzling ancient site, the one we call Nan Madol, where several million stone prisons in the 5 to 20-ton variety were arranged in a most unusual construction, resembling forts. Nan Madol makes no more sense than Tiwanaku. No preceding culture and no long-term development. It's like it was suddenly there. Ask a native and you'll hear 2 brothers floated the stones through the air. Like Tiwanaku, the legends insist the whole place was built in a single day. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Yet if two fellows can float 25-ton rocks through midair, sounds easy enough. There's no telling how fast they might have worked. They may have thrown rocks around like we throw rice at a wedding, a long-lost skill. And would you look at the construction methods? 12 to 25-foot long stone prisms stacked up log cabin style. Absolutely unique among ancient constructions, yet much faster than the tight-fitting cyclopean blocks at, say, Cuzco or Giza. Just slop them in place. Maybe it was done in a day. But why? Is Nan Madol a fort, seawall, temple? And to what ancient culture did it belong? Might it be something left over from Lemuria? There's a quick way to find out. Remember those 96 steps on Temple 1 at Tikal, and how they found those submerged Lemurian ruins off Okinawa? What's the most obvious number at Nan Madol? Right, the 90-degree angles at which its stone prisms were laid. 90 degrees times 96 steps equals 8,640, this number encoding its latitude of 6 degrees, 50 minutes, 28.8 seconds north. A lot of work at Nan Madol, more rock than was used in the Great Pyramid. And they even built the island they put it on. Can these ancient sites be dated according to their present or former positions in this natural energy band? We've been using C14, but maybe there's another way. The logic is simple enough. In Mexico, we have stone pyramids in the band, but none of them involve megalithic rocks. They're all built of common fieldstone, except for the huge Cholula pyramid and its adobe brick construction. Down in South America, stone structures appear limited to Cuzco, Sacsayhuaman, Malchingui, Tiwanaku. Its hundreds of other scattered pyramids are built of adobe brick, mud brick, and El Nino is erasing them brick by brick. Mud bricks are hand-carried, but cyclopean blocks are not. In North America, no cyclopean blocks anywhere, mostly dirt pyramids, a handful of minor stoneworks. Africa and the Middle East, Egypt's pyramids in the Ice Age energy band, Baalbek, and that's about it. Huge rocks. In today's energy band, only those Sudanese pyramids, not such large rocks. Elsewhere, mostly mud brick. South of the equator, the only stone ruins are at Zimbabwe, about 19 degrees south. No megalithic rocks there, just hand-carried fieldstone. Ice Age, 19.5 degrees, cyclopean blocks. Modern, 19.5 degrees, fieldstone. Obviously, someone back in the Ice Age knew how to float rock in midair, most likely by using sound waves. A lost art today, but it was used in reverse when Jericho's walls came down. Since then, silence. Conclusion? Simple. Egypt's pyramids are not 4,000 years old. We need to multiply that by 3. These energy bands tell it like it is. It would appear from all of this evidence that our degenerate ancestors were well acquainted with the Earth's 19.5 degree energy band, and may have tapped its unknown energies for the mutual benefit of all. Stone floating may only be the tip of the iceberg. Still unresolved today is the evidence of human rejuvenation, as recorded in the Bible. Archaeology and anthropology don't seem to want anything to do with it, but as recently as 5,000 years ago, in the flood-ravaged land where the biblical patriarchs lived, people were enjoying lifespans that were incredible by modern standards. It's in the historical record. Adam lived 930 years, Seth 912 years, Enos 905 years, Jared 962, Enoch 365, Methuselah 969, and even Noah, who didn't even become a father until he was 500 years old. Their Viagra must have been something. Wherever it was Noah escaped from, cellular rejuvenation was still in vogue. But he moved, and when he did, it was lost. Natural degeneration replaced it. Humanity had to start over. Now, as for Dick Hoagland's theory that the 19.5-degree energy bands may have hyperdimensional qualities, consider carefully the fact that the lower corners of all the world's vile vortices are in contact with it. They are rooted at 19.5 degrees of latitude. Why hasn't someone else noticed? Why me? Most people are aware of the strange vanishings in the Bermuda Triangle, but officially no one cares. Its mysteries cannot be resolved by our present lines of investigation, therefore the triangle doesn't exist, except to those who vanished in it. Well, that which we call science isn't real either. It's only half on. For example, why hasn't anyone noticed that ever since Hawaii's Kilauea has been relieving the internal pressures along our 19.5 degree energy band, vanishings in the Bermuda Triangle have hit a low? By itself, that is sufficient evidence to show that this energy band has a certain extra-dimensional characteristic. It may even be multidimensional. Indications are that when Kilauea finally turns itself off, the activities in the vile vortices will resume, and once again people, ships, and planes will begin vanishing as before. But what can turn Kilauea off? And when? For those answers, we must inquire of two other sciences, geology and oceanography. In geology, it is known that the Earth's crust varies in its thickness from about 25 miles under the continental plates to only 2 or 3 miles beneath the oceans. All of these plates float on the asthenosphere. That's a $10 word for lava. Press down on this zone and its underlying lava is displaced. Looks for a convenient vent or volcano, and the Earth upchucks. Simple as that. Over the past half-century or so, there has been a noticeable upsurge in earthquakes and volcanism on this planet, which, when boiled down, means that there is a steadily increasing pressure on our tectonic plates. What's causing it? The gradually melting ice caps. A cubic foot of water weighs about 67 pounds. Multiply that by several thousand millions, and we have the 12-inch rise in the world's oceans since 1900 AD. The weight of ice at the polar regions lessens correspondingly, of course, but now all that melted ice filling the basins of the world's oceans is making its influence felt at the lower latitudes in the form of increasing pressure on the tectonic plates. A hell of a trade-off, isn't it? Continue global warming and volcanism will continue to increase. Stop it, and the oceans stop rising, and the vile vortices reactivate. The vile vortices are a natural phenomenon. We should bring them back. If and when Kilauea shuts down and global volcanism itself curtails, how will the vile vortices react? Will their time warps resume their random behavior once again? Or will their strange activities return with a vengeance, their windows staying open longer widening their reach? Or might they behave in a universal manner and grab people from almost anywhere, like that which was promised in the book of Matthew, chapter 24, verses 40 and 41? Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken, the other left. Two women shall be grinding at the mill, one shall be taken, the other left. Is that how the rapture will work? Will God simply beam up his chosen? Does he, as we like to believe, make the selections himself? The Bible specifies that only 144,000 will be taken out of the world's 6 billion population. Where's my calculator? Let's see now. That'll be only 1 in 42,000 people. One righteous person from 42,000 wannabes. And of course, most of us hope that we are that one. Looks like most of us ain't going to make it. I hope that isn't how the rapture will work, because the very concept reduces God to a mere selectionist, the mere head of a promotion board. Surely, as the manager of the entire universe, he has better things to do. Supreme genius that he is, he would have taken measures eons ago to have such selections done automatically, through some natural mechanism, of which he has plenty available, energies, frequencies. The concept isn't so alien. 6 billion people on Earth, mostly negative hypocrites. The few chosen are the positive, loving, righteous, caring people. When the majority of negative, uncaring people have managed to lower the frequencies of humanity to a certain point, namely below that of the righteous, the loving and caring frequencies will trigger the assimilation automatically, and the righteous will be whisked away to another dimension of time. The remainder, attuned to their declining frequencies, will be left behind to make the best of what little they have, namely those things which don't weigh much on God's divine scales. All of creation itself is frequency, every bit of it. Any student of physics who pays attention knows that. In physics, there are only two known constants, matter and energy. It is frequency which brings them together into physical form. But separate the matter from energy by altering the frequency which holds them together, and the form dematerializes. It's gone. The vile vortices work the same way, though they don't select by character. Venture into one of these windows at the wrong time, speed, or direction, and physical oblivion. It's another of those many energies we know nothing about, and it's damn well time we did. It needs to be studied, especially with respect to this 19.5 degree energy band, where our reality can merge with hyperdimensionality. We need to know how Earth's invisible big red spot behaves, how and when its windows open, what causes them to open and then close. Simply asserting, officially, that the vile vortices aren't there because we can't see them is like the ostrich who sticks its head in the sand to get away from it all. Primitive. Fearful. These extra-dimensional energy bands have been around since God began spinning the planets. And we're not the first to have to put up with their mysteries. Other civilizations knew of them long before we came along. Indeed, they may even have figured them out and left instructions for us in the manner in which certain great earthworks were arranged upon the planet. Your attention is invited to those diagonal lines just west of the Bermuda Triangle. North Bimini's Shark Mound is on one of them, actually within the triangle. The shark is a low sand effigy mound. It's 500 feet long and, presently, only 5 feet above sea level. should be lost to the rising ocean levels pretty soon. But notice the direction in which the shark swims. 216 degrees. A little further west, hunting in Florida's Everglades swamp, itself about 10 feet above sea level, is the 5,500-foot-long mother of Giza's kitten, the Sphinx, better known to us as the Panther Mound. Notice, too, her direction of travel, 36 degrees. A bit to the north is the Rock Eagle up in Georgia. It's one of but few Aboriginal stone monuments in North America. Notice the direction of its flight. So far then, things that move in the oceans, walk on land, or fly. Further into America's heartland, at South Portsmouth, Kentucky, we have the remains of the device effigy. I call it device because first, it is unnamed, and second, it certainly isn't the effigy of anything that walks, crawls, swims, or flies. Whatever it represented was man-made. Not much remains of it today owing to urban expansionism, but notice where it points, on a heading of 216 degrees. So, 36 degrees, 216 degrees, 36, 216. Isn't anyone paying attention? Or perhaps it's just a matter of not caring. There was also, at one time, a huge eagle effigy down in Florida. But as with so many other North American earthworks, it got in the way. So it was obliterated in favor of improved inland navigation. What happens when a page is torn from a book of knowledge? The knowledge is lost. So we order another copy. But in this instance, the book of the Matrix is out of print. I have no doubt that I could replace this page of the Great Eagle because I can read the Pyramid Matrix like most people can read a newspaper. But why should I? Somebody would only tear it out again. Gotta have room for all those cabin cruisers and motorboats, what? Others tore out that page, not me. They didn't want the eagle. And with that page now missing, I cannot expand this discussion. So you're on your own. Fragments only. 36 degrees, 216 degrees, 36, 216. Azimuths which run in direct opposition in the realm of the circle. Pieces only, but if the right minds try to piece this puzzle together, the missing pieces aren't so hard to find. For example, one of the aircraft lost in the Bermuda Triangle was the British Star Aerial Transport on January 17, 1949. It's a matter of record that its last reported heading was 216 degrees. The rest is up to the management. For code buffs, there were additional clues in my newsletters 31 and 32, if you're interested in assembling puzzles. As for the Star Aerial, she is gone, to us. But where? She is still somewhere. So don't give up looking for her. All she did was to get tangled up in the Earth's invisible and ever-moving big red spot. So avoid headings of 36 and 216 degrees. And by the way, these windows in time are activated by another poorly understood natural energy, sunlight. The positive see sunlight as a key to good health. The negative see it as a source of skin cancer. Again, our attitudes. Anyway, these photos we see showing Jupiter's big red spot are always taken on its sunlit side. Here on Earth, when our people and wares vanish in the Bermuda Triangle, it's in the daylight hours. Something else to consider. Report concluded. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless those who are not afraid to learn, and God help those who are. Remember now, it's all a matter of attitude.